and you work with stable coins a lot, in particular, right, as part of your business. Can you touch upon some of these challenges that you find?
I would say generally, the most important and critical factors for us is stability and predictability of the legislation. When we set up our company in 2019, we had, say, one set of the rule. And of course, when you're entering into the game with one set of the rule, and during the game you're getting, say, new set of the rule, is very hard, because basically for a startup like us, you're counting every single penny. And unfortunately, we witnessed several, I would say, cases when at least previous leadership of the regulator unexpectedly introduced some, say, new capital requirements, and instead of, for example, focusing on building new products, making customer happy, we spend a lot of time trying to find money just to address that new increase in capital requirements. For example, I don't want to sound like grumpy old man, but like in 20 years ago, at least, say, FSA and National Bank of Kazakhstan usually publish so-called financial markets development strategy for the next 3-5 years, where regulators outlined, I would say, the basic vision, what's gonna happen for those next 3-5 years. And based on that vision and outlook, players in financial markets actually planned accordingly. Unfortunately, right now, we don't have that kind of so-called concept and strategy, which actually would be very helpful for newcomers, for existing players. But with current leadership of the National Bank and AFSA, we have constant dialogues, and we see that kind of predictability, even though sometimes we see some changes, maybe on a big, but on a marginal level. Yeah.
And obviously, we have at least two people here. Oh, Miguel, do you want to? Oh. we have people here that have been working on stablecoins in particular, and we know stablecoins are a very special regulatory object, because they are generally multi-jurisdictional. They go around the world as part of their value proposition, really. So it's hard to really pin them down to a national regime, and the national regime needs to account for that. Now, we just heard in the previous panel that in the case of Kazakhstan, there's a two-tier system, probably, with the local stablecoin and the global stablecoins. How do you find that Kazakhstan, maybe Gani, you one more time, Natalia, feel free to comment as well. How do you see this Kazakhstan regime adapting to that global nature and the challenges that everybody has, really, with stablecoins?
Well, I doubt that our regulator will accept so-called global stablecoin as long as they don't have so-called sovereignty rights over that global stablecoin, because all those blockchains are independent from our financial regulator. So I don't see how a regulator will be able to control global stablecoin, even though they can control through the financial players, as usually a financial regulator does. So I would say that maybe so-called local stablecoins will grow and develop, and at the same time, I would say global stablecoin is basically is right now as a new concept, where I would say a lot of people putting their assets just to address volatility of their local currency, try to save money and be more flexible across the globe. So it's very hard to see how our regulator, especially National Bank, will be able to control global stablecoin, but through financial trails, I see that there is a way how to, at least not explicitly, but implicitly control and be able to have hands on that.
I mean, that's definitely one of the most important rails for that regulation, right? If we look at the European experience, we are regulating not really the stablecoin in itself, but the act of offering it, or the admission of the stablecoin in a service provider, really. I mean, I'm not sure if, Natalia, you wanted to comment on stablecoins, but also I have something else for you.
Actually, I have something to say on stablecoins.
Please go ahead.
Because you cannot issue a stablecoin backed by dollars if you work with National Bank, because actually those stablecoins they are currently into, they are all backed by tenge. And even if tenge is volatile currency, it still has a great yield currently. So the official rate is 18%, and you can earn a lot. In terms of regulation and in terms of control of the national bank, they are pretty much doing well in that sphere, because when you issue a stablecoin, you're always cooperating with the bank. And any bank in Kazakhstan is very cautious to do anything wrong. So all the process on first, they are monitored by the national bank, and secondly, they are monitored by any other bank you decide to work with. And for example, the way you treat your reserve is also regulated here. So you cannot just, I don't know, take that reserve and spend it wherever you want. I mean, to buy some bond you decide reliable or something like that. So you have to understand that all the process will be aligned with the decision of National Bank.
Just to comment further on the stablecoin issue, just to say how can you deal with it actually from a national point of view of the international one, the global ones. That's actually fairly easy. You don't need to make a regulation to ban them. Forget about it. You don't need to shut down the internet. Again, it's just back to tax and accounting. Because if you're a business, you're an entity, you're dealing with them, you just put them into accounting laws that's saying, well, these asset classes are now prohibited or allowed there. That's a very easy amendment to do. That's how we deal with them from the accounting perspective. So that's the first step. So it's not difficult to handle them. Then we need to wake up and understand. We see a huge hype and euphoria surrounding stablecoins today. It's all over. But in practice, it's very little retail adoption. Like it was mentioned here in the opening. Wholesale retail, wholesale focus. The Norwegian Central Bank, they had a launch of a survey, a brand new adoption survey last week. 97% of all Norwegians had heard about crypto. But only 30%, i.e. 70% of the ones who said, I've heard about it, said, I have little to no knowledge on this area. Among the ones who had heard about crypto, it was only 19% who had heard about the stablecoin. Among those 90% again, it was only 28 who had ever dealt with the stablecoin. So stablecoins from the consumer level is not a problem per se. That's why I believe it's much better to build up a strategy towards what it's doing here, of having an overview of the whole landscape. Because regardless of how we twist and bend on these things, I believe we need to wake up and see, for example, in the EU, in Europe, we are looking into making euro stablecoins. We have a consortium called Kivalis. We have the European Central Bank, who is planning to issue a digital euro. But in practice, how is it being used and dealt with today? Mainly by crypto people and bots. That's the main usage area. But in practice, it's actually the shipping companies, the liners, the European shipping companies, who pays their crew with stablecoins. And they are not interested in any bloody European issued stablecoin. They want Tether, because they have liquidity regardless of where they come from in the world. So then the crew are paid by Tether. That's for security purposes, efficiency purposes, and operational purposes. That is very well operational functioning for that liner company. And you can just imagine if the CEO of any liner company comes and talks to any politicians, they will just say, please leave this Tether aside because of security, efficiency, and cost saving. So I think we need to wake up and see where do we commence the business, and that it was also mentioned previous here today, that we need to see it from the more global perspective, and also, I believe, imagine a world that doesn't exist yet. We're just at the start, and to finish my mantra surrounding, call it the accounting and the boring side of things, we're talking about compliance there, so we're allowed to be boring. That's down to how many ERP vendors, the enterprise research planning systems, can deal with stablecoins today if we're talking business operation, wholesale operation. There's currently only one, that's SAP. Microsoft haven't even started to look into it. So this is where we need to wake up and be realistic towards that we are at year 0 to 1 when it comes to stablecoin in a 10-year perspective in my view. And this is where I think it makes much more sense to like say, focus on both sides of these things because it will be two totally different use cases, wholesale versus retail.
And before I keep asking more questions, feel free to interrupt. I think this is taking some momentum right now. So any comments, please guys do. And on topics that are supposed to be boring but actually can be quite interesting, let's talk about areas of stablecoin regulation for a second. Natalia, you mentioned, of course, the most important one, which is the issuance regulation, right? Everything from the reserves, the authorization to the redemption. Magnus also alludes to other parts. But that's not the only part. Magnus mentions the crypto asset service providers, really, and when and which stablecoins they are allowed to list. But stablecoins don't end at the issuance level. Then there's the distribution. Then there's the transaction monitoring, right? And for that, I'm going to turn to Miguel, who I think you, as being involved in the service provider side of things, you may need to be involved with the trade surveillance, transaction monitoring. What I see is that those requirements are increasing. These are not stablecoin specific, but they are falling more and more on the service provider. What do you think the right balance is for those requirements? And yeah.
Big question. So I think the issue with the stablecoins is a different issue than you have with the other crypto assets, which we call here unsecured crypto assets or digital assets. And I think we can draw a lot of the measure and a lot of the guidelines for compliance from the existing system, because in the end it's money. So it's fulfilling one function, and it's the same function whether it's commercial bank money or a stablecoin. So I work from within a bank. And so I already have a compliance framework for that, where we do monitoring of transaction, where we pick the transactions that we need in order to eventually file and say, well, hey, there's a doubt here or there's a problem. And so I think we can borrow a lot from the existing system. I think the concern from the compliance departments is that the amount of transactions is going to go up, and so the existing systems won't cope with it. So, and I think that's more or less the challenge that also from the regulatory side and also from the central bank side, for example, is that the non-functionals of moving money around could change completely with stablecoins. What's the right balance? I think the right balance is making sure that we reuse and then we don't reinvent the wheel. It's money that's being moved around, and I think that's the goal post that we should focus on.
Can you elaborate on what you mean that the existing systems are not prepared to handle increased volume? Like specifically what that looks like?
So I think one thing changes with the digital assets is that you hold the asset directly in a wallet instead of going through an account. And so what used to be an operation that was between accounts, so you instruct your service provider to do something, is now something that resembles a peer-to-peer. And so when we're talking about digital transactions, we tend to think of one transaction, and we deal with that object. So I want to deal with that transaction, I want to process it as soon as possible. If I look in the traditional rails, I am dealing with instructions that are bundled and processed maybe end of the day, maybe during the night. And so that's a completely different way of looking into how they're processed, right? And so whenever I have an increase maybe of 5 to 10x of those transactions, maybe I will not be able to process them on time. So I think that's where the concern on the systems side are, and where the guys from compliance get very nervous because they say, I don't have the manpower, I need 5 extra people.
Right, so what you're saying is the intraday trading combined with the volume.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Very, very, very interesting. Let me ask something to the entire panel, really. Let me bring the topic of the panel, really, to the discussion. Compliance is a competitive advantage, right? I mean, we've all dealt with regulation, and regulation is, of course, a box we need to tick from the builder perspective, right? But sometimes it's also a selling point. Now, is this true? Is I am compliant a selling point? Do we have customers buying our products because of how compliant we are, or is that a pure cost? I don't know, Gani, if from your experience, for instance, do you acquire customers due to a regulatory edge, or is the regulatory dimension in a completely different box for you?
Well, if I understood your question correctly, is basically which compliance we, I would say, consider the highest in terms of priority? That's what you're saying? Well, basically, like since we have license from AFSA and from National Bank, for us, those two regulators are one of the highest priority. But at the same time, since we like provide service across the globe, we see, I would say, difference in terms of regulation. And we always try to raise those kind of momentum with our regulators. For example, one of the example might be that 10 years ago we talked to the National Bank about e-money payment regulation in EU. And at that time, when we, for example, set our company in 2019, as a company from traditional regulation, we didn't have any rights to talk to MasterCard or Visa because we didn't have any membership rights to so-called Kazakhstani interbanking settlement center because it's only rights for the bank. So it took almost 10 years, and right now, National Bank right now is introducing those amendments to the existing law, but for the last 10 years, we don't know, say, how many companies didn't survive, how many maybe excellent, brilliant ideas didn't show up because of that kind of regulation. So sometimes we're successful, sometimes we are not, but that kind of, I would say, I wouldn't say struggle or fight, but basically constant dialogue we have with our regulator. But coming back to Astana Financial Supervision Agency, authority, actually you have, I would say, another, I wouldn't say extreme example, but at least you have another jurisdiction where you can test and introduce a lot of products, and thanks to AFSA actually we survived, and we're a MasterCard principal member, we have in-house payment processor, and we have strategic partnership with Circle, we can do settlement with them in USDC, etc., etc. Those kind of privileges we would never had with regulator, even though we understand that National Bank, they have completely different authority, obligation, and the rights. Yeah.
So it's interesting to see how the fact that you are regulated, you have the licenses, allows you to be a counterparty to a number of entities that otherwise would just not be able to have you as a counterparty to begin with. But at the same time, like Magnus is mentioning, right, there's a USDT, USDC story. USDC has a selling point, right? Like you should use us because we are regulated. And Magnus is also bringing that other perspective, that that's not the end of the story, right? So we need to strike that balance as well. Miguel, in your case, well, I mean, of course, you as a bank, you can only operate with regulated counterparties. Do you think this is then something exclusive from the B2B, B2B2C environment, or do consumers also care about the regulation side?
I think consumers care about the quality of the product, and the quality of the product will usually be higher if it's coming from a regulated entity, right? And usually consumers get their product from banks, right? So that's your distribution network. That's where you start filtering. So I think they do care. Sometimes they do care about getting rich fast. So that's why you have a lot of adoption in crypto as well. And they don't care where it's coming from because it's a low-cost opportunity of maybe changing your future. But if you're talking about, for example, investment products such as funds, then you do want them to come from somewhere where there's somebody looking at the details so that they don't have to. So I would say yes, definitely a competitive advantage. Yeah.
Okay. And following up on something that Gani just mentioned, but I want to address this to Natalia. So Natalia, I mean, you've been working at the interface of banks and exchanges, banks and crypto. That's super interesting. There's so much to unpack there. Now that we have this booming regulatory regime in Kazakhstan with the various agencies, how does that factor in the bank's counterparty selection process? Like, obviously, banks will have counterparties in Kazakhstan. They may have historically some counterparties offshore, right? Is that a problem now? Is that an opportunity? How do you see that?
Yeah, actually, if you are regulated under the national bank regulatory sandbox, or maybe under other laws, I mean the regular law, you have to choose only an onshore bank. So there are not many in Kazakhstan. And I wouldn't say that the situation that there is a crypto project and those crypto projects just choose which bank they are ready to go with. It's always kind of, if you are lucky enough for any bank to work with you. So in that case, working with banks is always tricky because you actually are dependent on everything. In my experience, I even had, I wouldn't say problems, but some very long-lasting questions with the accounting division within a bank. And actually they stopped a project for, I guess it lasted about 3 months, just for accounting reasons, because they had a lot of questions on settlement, etc. It was some time ago, but still you have to negotiate with almost every division. And then if you are lucky enough and you have a bank to cooperate with, after that you have to meet all the teams starting from compliance, which actually currently become the, I wouldn't say the easiest part, but it became easier because a lot of compliant knowledge came to Kazakhstan. They have a lot of trainings, and actually it's not the first year in crypto for Kazakhstan as well. But after compliance, you're going to meet your currency control team, the FX team. FX team are the nicest guys because those guys are going to earn on your crypto, so they are usually the most friendly. And all the other stuff, including those accountants and everything. So I would say that yes, you have to choose among onshore banks only, and yes, you are lucky if you have one.
Magnus, is that the same in the Nordics? Anything that you can anticipate for this part of the world?
You know, I think it's important here to understand why is it a challenge for the bank. And it's a challenge for the bank, like any authorities or players in this landscape, because it's an unknown territory. We have to be honest and say, you know, crypto is not one thing. And I would just like to jump back to here also what I see as very, very, very important. And that's when we talk about stable coins here. That's the same level that we talked about some years ago, CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. We didn't even go one level down to separate them wholesale and retail. Stable coins is not one thing. Are we talking about fiat-backed, pure fiat-backed? Are we talking about asset-backed, gold, silver? Are we talking about a hybrid between them? Are we talking about crypto-backed? Are we talking about a synthetic crypto or even hybrid? We can separate them on 5, 6 different high-level and even further subcategories. This is where things makes it difficult for the banks when they don't have the knowledge, because you think, oh, it's a stable coin, so then it's fiat, so let's accept it. It's down to this kind of level, and this is when I have never, when I was with EY, I had never ever been refused one client to get a bank account. How did I deal with it? It's fairly simple. It's about compliance. It's about understanding their risk level. So I always told my clients, buy 1 hour from me at EY, a Big Four company. That's risk diversification for the bank officer, because then EY has done a KYC on the client. So they say, ah, and I know you, Magnus. So if there's something about this person coming in, regardless of that's a Norwegian or a Kazakhstanian coming into Norway trying to get a bank account, they will always say, ah, I can get hold of you if there's something. Then I always go to the tax authorities. Not again tax authorities. Yes, I go to them to showcase the case. So you can go to them, show the inside of the jacket, say we go in this direction, but it might be this direction or that direction. Then after that, we go to the FSA. And we do the same. We inform authorities up front. So then, one, you will never be able to get additional taxes and fees because you have already informed the authorities. The FSA is also informed, and if you put into the list EY or any big four, FSA, tax administration, and the largest bank in Norway, and then you go to the accountant or your auditor and say, hey, we actually need someone to look into it, it's a much higher likely probability that they will actually accept that one compared to coming in with a big cowboy hat that is pinked or a Kazakhstan hat and say, hey, I would like a bank account in Norway. That's not going to happen. So I think it's about understanding the complexity level of the persons you're talking to. And if you break that one down to which level of complexity, it's much easier to get it through the system. So it's all about, call it understanding, and to just end up on a point where banks, or many banks, including the Norwegian Nordic ones, like you mentioned clearly, are not understanding. I've had a customer, a CEO of a company, he got paid in Ether, Ethereum. You could trace this one. You could use, for example, Global Ledger, Chainalysis, TRM, others, to trace it. And it's a public information that the largest bank in Norway, DNB, they use Chainalysis. So when I brought this CEO in, I asked them, do you want us to use Chainalysis and provide you the data? But that really doesn't make sense because you are using it. And I can see that a private banking officer was total blank. What do you mean? No, I'm just saying, if I provide you and do analysis using Chainalysis and you do the same, we get the same input and the same output. But if I use Elliptic, for example, we might see some differences. That might be good for you. And you can see he was totally black. And he ended up saying, no, I think it's much more convenient that you use the same thing. And then I tried to say to him, like we say in Norwegian, well, then you get shit in, shit out in some manner. You know, you get the same data. There's no proof. Oh, as long as EY has put their name on it and there's someone who has done this one, that counts as a second opinion anyway. So we are at that kind of level. So that's why we need to raise, call it, all these levels, break things down, and understand how the real world are thinking. That's how I believe we can scale things together.
This really speaks to the importance of dialogue. Gan, do you want to add something to that?
Yeah, well, I just coming back to your question, like our example, when we compared how much time we spent to get all those licenses, it actually took us almost 4 years, being as a traditional licensee from the National Bank of Kazakhstan. If we would have compared it with the EU regulation, it would have taken only maybe 6 months, and the cost is much less. So that's basically, I wouldn't say regulatory arbitrage, but of course, that's kind of situation we have, and that's why, for example, maybe EU market is more mature, developed. You can test hypothesis, you can close company, you can do a lot of stuff. Here, cost is very high, and that's why we don't see a lot of maybe fintech companies around payment transfers, because at the end, our compliance and regulation is biased toward bank until recently. So we do hope with those draft law, which we hope will be approved by the end of this year, at least will give, I would say, fresh blood to the industry.
Well, to paint a slightly dimmer picture, unfortunately, I mean, you're right. For instance, Magnus, you were talking about Malta before, right? Malta had a very well-greased system for the transition of the pre-MiCA to post-MiCA regime, so the applications were processed really quickly on that front. But you see application queues right now in the EU, there's some significant delays, and actually, in less than a month, we have a very important deadline with lots of companies might lose access to the EU market, so
I meant fiat companies. I meant, for example, regulation in Lithuania. It's very easy, pretty straightforward, capital requirements is very less. For example, in order to open e-money company here, you need to have at least 500,000. In EU, full license of e-money company costs only 350,000 euros. In order to open bank, here you need to have at least 20 million. In Lithuania, in order to open specialized digital bank, you need only 1 million euro. So you see the big difference.
Yeah, significant difference once you get into the numbers, no doubt. Well, and that all of this also speaks to the importance of dialogue. What you were mentioning, Magnus, is one another side that often we forget. Us as an industry being proactive in approaching the regulators. Natalia was mentioning also the openness of the regulators to open their doors, right, and receive the dialogue. That's what we heard in the previous panel also from the IFC, how they ask questions to the projects, and we need to be ready to answer them. Well, we can also bring the information to them, and hopefully that saves a bit of time and energy. As we are becoming a bit tight on time, I want to ask if the audience would have any questions for our panelists. We've covered topics of regulation, competitiveness, compliance, stablecoins. Any takers? Well, in that case, thank you very much, because we are going to end right on time, not on the time on the screen, but the time we've been told. So that's excellent. Thank you so much for a very insightful panel. It's been a pleasure. And yeah, let's hear from the next panel.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being punctual as well, because we are moving toward lunchtime. But before, I think one of the most unique parts of this workshop is that during all the 12 editions, apart from business, institutions, and other parts of the ecosystem who discuss different aspects and challenges at panels, there are also researchers who present their papers. And the first paper that will be presented today was born at the Astana IT University. 3 students during their internship at the Financial Monitoring Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan have conceived an AI, sovereign AI AML detection system. So now we'll hear more about this. I'm happy to present to you Begzat Ashirbek, Birganim Abihair, and that's all, I guess, right? No, we don't have the third colleague. Yes, of course.
So today, me and Birganim is gonna present the presentation, and should we begin? Okay. So today the topic of our discussion is sovereign AI for financial intelligence and multi-bank transaction analysis and anti-money laundering detection using open source LLMs. And could you please move to the next page or give clicker? So as our economy and technology is growing, it's becoming more and more difficult to manually process the data and analyze and detect fraudulent transactions using outdated methods such as Excel sheets. And due to that, we've identified 4 major pillars that hinders the effective anti-money laundering analysis. So the first problem is fragmented data. As many of you know, many different banks has different proprietary Excel data structures, and for that reason, financial analysts could spend countless hours just for analyzing the data, not for detecting that fraudulent, fraudsters. So second problem is data sovereignty, as the laws protect the sensitive information of various entities. We cannot share our data with cloud-based AI tools such as ChatGPT or Gemini. And another problem is, we already have, various implementations that works. However, most of them are unnecessarily expensive, ranging from 0.5 to 2 million United States dollars annually. And also, even though if we use those tools, we cannot use them in a court, because machine learning algorithms work as a black box, and it is inadmissible in the court. So as a solution, we introduce our AI pipeline for data ingestion into the database and also data retrieval. So first, as you can see, it features the multi-bank like ingestion, canonical scheme, and the hybrid classification, and the anti-money laundering typology detection. And the last part is natural language to SQL our interface that allows to retrieve the data by using our natural language. So if we get into the detail, so first our pipeline, so when we select the bank statements, our universal Excel extractor analyzes the document, row and columns, and it detects the headers. After that, all rows before the headers are excluded, and then we embed those headers. After that, we find similar columns from the database. As you can see, we have 21 canonical fields from the database, and the similar columns gets mapped. As you can see, we have the cosine similarity of more than 0.92, meaning if it is similar for more than 92%, it's going to be mapped. And we are also using BGM3 embedding model. It is open source model that everyone can use. It's available on Hugging Face. And also, all of the formats are going to be also logged and stored in the database. So when the new similar data comes to the parser, it's going to automatically detect and apply already implemented ingestion algorithm. Yeah. After everything, there's going to be, as I said, 21 canonical fields that's going to be stored in the database. And also, there, as you can see, we've highlighted the semantic text. That means that there will be, for example, if purpose text will be available or many other informative fields, we are going to also embed that and store that in the database for semantic search that we're going to talk about in the next slides. And after that, we upload it into the PostgreSQL database. This allows us to store data in the local database without sharing it with the other companies and making it more privacy oriented. Yeah. Also, when it comes, so after the ingesting the data set, we have our custom rule-based anti-money laundering algorithm that flags the suspicious transactions and the entities. As you can see, it groups transaction by people, and it also calculates various, for example, ratio to in and out, and how many transactions were made in one day. And based on these rules that we fine-tuned, it's going to flag those transactions. Also suggest what under which law, which law it is violating, as you can see on the screen. So now let's talk about natural language SQL analysis interface. So first we type our Russian language text, and then we pass it to the local LLM. We implemented it through Olama, and after that we have query builders that takes into the account the context and passes to the LLM, and after that we connect it to the RAG system, which searches in the database for similar queries that has already searched and been successful. Also, table metadata are stored in the separate table, and also it's going to be retrieved via the RAG. And after that, our LLM is going to generate a SQL query that's going to be validated, and if it has some errors and not validated or has some destructive commands in it, it's going to invalidate it and loop back again to the LLM until the retry count reaches maximum or LLM eventually succeeds. So now let's talk about our results that we got from in our architecture.
Yes, we can see there are NL2 SQL results. We tested it in 100 of Russian language queries. So there the questions included like groups like filter, aggregate, direction, country, purpose, and so on. So our NL2 SQL system showed strong results in filter, aggregation, direction. Also in time is almost up to 90% in an exact match. Also we can see that weakness at like questions entity type in extracting entity type also give it small results. We're gonna enhance in future. So there are the metrics we use it, execution accuracy, answer accuracy, also self-repeated success. So the self-repeated success, it gives 73% next. So, and there are the classification, our transactions classification results. Our classification has 21 groups. So, and there is a share of groups. Most of the transactions was from peer-to-peer transfers. Also, in this left-hand side, we can show that the email topology shares in 20,000 transactions. Our classification accuracy was 97% accuracy. I think it's the best high result. And our topology is quantitative was given approximately 88%. And next, so there we compare our NL2 SQL system with others, with other works. In a blue charts, we can show there the open source work, open source based works, and there are also big LLMs like GPT-4 with billion parameters, and they're not in a financial fit. They're only in a general spider dataset tested, and our in orange, it's for Russian language, but we can show there the results is slowly comparison to ours. So our benchmark is in a Russian language and on-premise locally worked, and our schema works specifically on financial field, and the questions also specifically on financial field. So our results is given 89% exact match, exactly accuracy.
As you can see, we think that after this presentation, we are going to show a small demonstration of our project, which lasts about 1.5 minutes. And I think by implementing this project, we've made quite significant impact on our financial system. And if we are going to develop this project in the future, it's going to give its fruits. And for the future works, we think that it would be even better if we implement, for example, like graph-based neural networks, such as graph neural networks, that would allow detect fraudsters if there was involved more than like 2 or more people, thus creating a huge ring of fraud. And yeah, thanks for your attention, and let's see our project demonstration. So here we create the project. And upload data.
The transactions is in a Excel format, and they're extracted and saved to the database.
And about anti-money laundering detection, here is it in work. And it also shows the transaction in graphs also, and allowing us to see it in detail. Oops. Here.
There are the graph visualization of money flow. So each node is contra agent. So and
So now let's test our natural language to SQL. So as we have some consumer GPUs, its resources are limited, so it's going to take a while. And this is the SQL it generated and the summarization of the table, and below is the shown and the data itself. Now let's test it in more rich, like database. So it's generating. So this is the data that it retrieved, and this is the code.
so we think this system can help to analytics analyze the transactions more effectively.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is really a very impressive job. Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, please.
Thank you guys for the presentation. My question is how your work can be applied to digital assets and crypto?
In crypto?
Yes.
So I think that if we exported the crypto like transactions, we could also ingest it into the database, and those, for example, in many cases when we analyze the money laundering in crypto, we have huge graphs that shows where the money is flowing, right? And in that case, we can apply our system that would allow us to navigate in that network more effectively, and using the power of AI, directly identify the initial position of the money and the final entities that receive it, using, again, LLMs.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just a quick question to understand the international relevance of this. Obviously, one of the factors that you mentioned that validate the need for this is sovereignty, right? And the fact that you cannot use cloud service for this kind of data. A completely different one is language, right? So is this, for instance, in the EU, there's similar and increasing cloud sovereignty restrictions and so on, but it's not obviously not in Russian. Is your work applicable there, or because it's in the EU, there's more usage of English, it's not relevant? Just
yeah, it's applicable because we said it's in Russian there because our instructions and overall database design is written in Russian. For that reason, it's more like fine-tuned into, in our case, it's more fine-tuned into the Russian language. However, if you want, you can design it for the English also.
Yes, our use at LLMs, Queen 3.14 is multilingual LLM, and our system's prompt is can handle can handle many other languages. Also, BGM3, M3 also is embedding model that available for many languages.
Thank you, Juan, for asking my question. Other questions in the audience? If not, please stay on stage, because I really wanted to... Another round of applause for these amazing young researchers who are one of 5 winners out of over 30 applications that have been made across months of work. So this is the first out of 5 that we will be hearing these 2 days. And I think it's a great opportunity and definitely great work that you have presented. So thank you again for making it happen, and thank you for your research.
Thank you too.
Thank you so much. 1:45, 1:45, we are back here to talk about fraud, scams, regulations, compliance, and other amazing stuff. And now please enjoy your lunch. Where does it take place? Same place as coffee. 1:45.
Если что, Вам аренда нужна, правильно? Ну, 2,5, 35 тысяч получается за квадратный метр идет. А тройку, то, что я вам предлагал, дешевле 20 получается. Ну, если у вас просто как, если у вас видео-контент, какие-то ролики, то там не принципиально. Это если презентации какие-то вот с мелким шрифтом, то тогда шаг пикселей важен. А для видео, в принципе-то, да, без проблем, конечно. Да. Хорошо, без проблем. Да, 2,5 это. Нет, меньше уже нет. Да и их в прокате нету, потому что пиксель, где маленькие, они их либо стационарно берут, именно покупают, потому что каждый раз монтировать, демонтировать, пиксели вылетают. Высота, вы сказали, сколько? 4? С чем-то? Ага. А ширина? Ну, вам же нужно, чтобы он горизонтальный был. Пропорции какие должны быть? 16 на 9? Ну, а вообще зрителей сколько? Большое количество? Как это, зал или что у вас? Пол? А, ну 2 на 3 тогда вполне достаточно. Да-да, 3 на 2. Хорошо? Хорошо, составим один. Да-да, хорошо, сделаем. Да, полностью. Да. Ну, для управления. Все хорошо. потемнело? Когда мы будем его рассказывать? Чего? Лара, ты расскажешь? эта вот длина, она как раз хватит. Стоит ли, стоит ли. Сколько? 100 метров. А мы на этом, на шнурке нам давали. Тебе нравится двигаться? Что, вы выходили, там дочь идет? Ой, ой. Друга, глянь микрофоны. Все выключены. А? Что компы? А, вот это включен. Все, все.
Hello again. Did you enjoy lunch? I think we are now charged enough to move into one of the most challenging but also fascinating topics related to crypto and digital assets. Yeah, I think we are ready also for the next slide, because we will be having a next panel moderated by Mariana de la Roche-Wills, CEO and founder of Black Vogel. And the panel will have practitioners from different parts of this ecosystem, so blockchain analytics, trade surveillance, crypto compliance. So I'm happy to introduce you to Güney Faruk Özer, country manager for Turkey and Central Asia at Chainalysis, one of the companies that have been mentioned already several times today. Igor Prizant, senior advisor at Solidus Labs, and Pavlina Pavlova, co-founder and CEO of Chain Comply, and Goran Safar, VP of Growth at Global Ledger. Please take your seats and enjoy the panel. I can leave you this mic as well.
Well, that's to make people more awake and paying attention. Hi everyone, thank you for joining us today. My name is Mariana La Roche. I'm the founder of Black Vogel, which is a Web3 consultant. So we have been helping projects across different regions to understand regulation, but we have also worked with the regulators in different regions to see how they can generate the regimes, but also what is the impact of the different regulatory frameworks on the industry itself. Today, we're going to discuss with 4 amazing panelists one particular topic regarding the fight for money laundering and financial terrorism. But first, I'm going to ask each of you to maybe introduce yourself. Do not give me the full CV, just like highlight what is like your current role and why are you here discussing these topics.
Yep. Thank you, first of all. I am very happy to be here, and for that reason to everyone, especially the National Bank and also the whole organizer and the people, I would like to thank a lot related to this topic. I'm at the moment the country manager for Turkey and Central Asia. I've been at Chainalysis for the last 1.5 years, almost that, but on the other hand, I've been in this professional life more than 25 years, especially on the technology side in different industries, but mainly developing the technology part. And one of the key things is for today, as you know, the Chainalysis is providing the blockchain analytic tools and the platforms and so on. It's highly important for fraud, scams, and illicit activities, how these blockchain analytic tools are supporting. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. So my name is Goran Safar. I'm the VP of the Growth for Global Ledger, which is similar solution as my colleague from Chainalysis. Currently in the position. Prior to that, I was in other companies for later discussion. But yeah, happy to support, happy to discuss any topics and to see how I can bring my contribution to this discussion. Thank you.
Afternoon, I'm Pavlina. I run Chain Comply, a crypto compliance platform with a focus on source of wealth.
Good afternoon. Igor Prizant, Solidus Labs. Solidus Labs, we have a number of market offerings. The first market offering is focused on trade surveillance, monitoring for market abuse. Next one is focused on transaction monitoring, focused on AML, and the next one focused on ecosystem monitoring, which is smart contracts, tokenization, and so forth. We also have a growing business focusing on insider trading for the betting platform, or polite way, prediction platforms such as Culture. Great to be here.
Thank you. So let's get into it. So we heard a little bit at the beginning what is the current landscape here in Kazakhstan. I think that one thing that was clear for all of us is that, first of all, the regulator is really friendly, it seems to. They are like really open to talk. Like, I have never seen like such a open approach to the industry. Yeah, like confident I can say, like I have not seen that. The second thing that I heard is that the adoption level just like grow exponentially, right? Like in like less than 3 years, they went from like 500 to like, yeah, 500,000 to 7 million. I think that that was the number that they gave at the beginning. So when we have like this grow, like from 1 second to another, there's a lot of things that comes with it, right? Like, first of all, we might have some supervisory authorities that are not prepared or trained to just like deal with the level of data that is going to be produced. I think that was also, Magnus was talking about like accounting, but accounting is not the same when you have like this amount of data, right? So there's like some complexities there that you need like to prepare for it. And the other thing is that we also know that bad actors are always waiting for the opportunity, and they take advantage of new markets with like tons of unprepared users. So let's start not for like the type of like criminal types that we have seen, because we will talk about that later, but I want to talk more about the structural features that we should be paying attention. So I'm going to start with you, Farouk. So when the data that you have on change, and like in particular, like looking at this region, what do you see that you wouldn't see in more developed markets?
It's also possible to say that one, the developing and the developed markets, one is a young market and the other one is a mature market. Especially when we are taking a look to the mature markets, it's that you are seeing a lot of players in the market. Some of those the exchanges, and some of those are the service providers, DeFi, and of course on the regulatory and the law enforcement part as well. There are many different actors and the players in the mature market. On the other hand, when you are taking a look to the young market, there are less intermediaries, there are less entities or the organizations in this part. This is an advantage to take away and to also follow the other mature markets and the countries or the regions. And also this is an advantage, especially when we are taking a look from the regulatory or the law enforcement bodies, focusing on only some small areas. But on the other hand, it's possible to say it's very fragile for these few entities within the young market. The other point is, especially when we are taking a look to the mature markets, there is a balance between stable coins, Ethereum, Bitcoin, and etc. But for the young markets that we are saying, of course, by the way, the stable coins is rising a lot at the moment all around the world. When we are taking the whole the transaction numbers and the volumes, that's right. But still, for the mature markets, there is a sort of balance. On the other hand, for these new markets, stable coin is leading the market-wise. And the other thing is related to the young markets, it's the velocity. Everything and the transactions are running too fast. On-ramp and off-ramp is just doing very quickly. And the wallets are just creating and then the ending very quickly as well. This means still running everything on the transactions and very quickly, very fastly. This is a disadvantageous, especially for the regulatory bodies for monitoring and following these transactions and the actions. The critical point may be for the regulators to take into account this part, but this is a little bit the nature of the young markets for developing or for being mature in a while. First of all, they are starting very quickly, then they are settling the time for the investment for a longer while, and etc., something like this.
I will argue that that happens also in mature markets, right? Like the issue is like infrastructure when you are like doing the regulatory regime at the same time that adoption is like piling up. But I will agree. I want to turn a little bit more into you, Igor, but like from another perspective. So let's talk a little bit about market manipulation.
Yeah.
So what are like the first type of market manipulation that you start to see in your markets, and why is that the first one?
And as I was actually thinking when I was listening to you, Farouk. So when we think about the young market, right, what are the key attributes of the young market, right? It's likely, right, low liquidity and high concentration of players. So what it means that it creates an opportunity for manipulation without actually involving a lot of capital. Because of the low liquidity, you can affect order flow. You know, you can go with the wash trading without investing massive capital, something that it would be impossible within the traditional finance, right? And then the second part, because you don't have that many market participants, the opportunity for collusion becomes very apparent. So what happens when you start thinking about the actual market manipulation patterns for the young market? Unfortunately, you have exposure to all 3, 4, 5 different types of. So you can do the volume-based manipulation, and that allows you to do the wash trading. You can do price-based manipulation, which is pump and dump. You can do order flow manipulation, which is spoofing and layering. So the keys for the young market, trying to understand exactly what are the attributes of the players. I don't want to go too long. I'd like to talk about like how would you think about what makes one market participant different from another market participant, which is I think key for the young markets. But we probably can talk about it later in the discussion.
Okay, so we have like here like some of the complexities at the compliance level, at the level of like understanding like all the data that is produced. We also have like the market manipulation, but there is another like weak point that can be easily exploited, and that is the relationship between the crypto exchange and digital assets providers with the banks. Can you talk us a little bit about that, like Paulina, if that's...
Yes, sure, and maybe if I could just add a bit to what Gunay was saying earlier. So actually, according to a recent study of Chainalysis, more than 62% of all illicit flows go through crypto exchanges. So I don't mean to point any fingers, but indeed it is very important as part of any due diligence or compliance process that financial institutions are aware and consumers are aware that at the moment the majority of crimes actually happen through crypto exchanges. Whether they used as mixers or in different ways, it is important for us, coming back to the data topic, to really understand what happened on those exchanges.
I will quickly jump here and then just like ask you, what then are like those structural challenges that make a young market so prompt for like all of these things that we just heard, and what can we do? Or like what will be like the solution at the compliance level there?
Well, I think everybody is already doing it. We're just not talking about it. It's about KYC, right? Because blockchain is transparent. The people behind that wallet or transaction, they are not. Now, exchanges do try to implement KYC. They try to collect the data. They try to implement travel lure, all these things, right? But in the essence, criminals work in certain patterns, right? They work based on certain behavior and the way how they operate. Not everybody can do mixers. Not everybody can do cross chains. Not everybody knows how to smurf. So I believe the exchanges will need to adopt more into behavioral, right? They're going to need to implement better education for the people or for the compliance officer to understand behavior of certain individuals who is operating on that exchange. For example, if he suddenly receives 250 Bitcoins and then he suddenly disperses them, it should be a red flag example. So I think this is one of the things they will need to do. Everybody is going to have to look at it.
Not to disagree with the fellow panelists, but come to think about it, the KYC is just one leg of a stool. Because in reality, so I think the number that you mentioned, 61%, the last time I looked, 85% of the transactions are going through the centralized exchanges. Centralized exchanges are the ones who are subject to regulation, so imposing certain KYC, that's fully within the remit of the regulators, right? What's left for interpretation is the second leg, which is, you know, companies such as ours come into play, which is market abuse. Even once you know your clients, right, it's important for you to monitor their behavior among themselves and with the market, because that's where the most of the manipulation coming in. I don't want to diminish the value of KYC. I don't want to diminish the value of anti-money laundering, but keep in mind this is just one side of the coin.
Oh, I just love this because now I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Because we are like talking about like the level of exchanges, right? Like, of course, this is where most of the transactions are going to end because this is the touch point with the real economy. But I will also argue that bad players do not KYC. So this is like one of the measures that I will argue with you that is the weakest point of AML, that we intend to impose rules to the bad players that we are expecting the good players to comply, while putting a lot of like compliance effort at the level of like decentralized players. But we also have a lot of like DeFi protocols and self-hosted wallets that are operating that like maybe they account for the 20% that are not touching there, but like how much is the percentage of the 20% that is connected to money laundering? I'm gonna go back to you. Yes, like I can see that you want to talk, but like I want to go back here with one question, if you don't mind, because like I would like to for everyone to understand, because you talk about patterns, and I will agree like that there is always a behavior that we can start recognizing. What is that behavior, and what is like the most common way that is used by bad players and bad actors to do money laundering, especially in joint markets like this one?
Well, what we see the most is actually, I would say, like colleague mentioned, it's smurfing and structuring.
Maybe describe a little bit for those that do not know what it is.
So structuring is that you try to collect, you actually, I would say, bring all the value of all the transaction and all the coins and all the assets to one place, and you're trying to disperse it to multiple places. And the same goes for smurfing. You try to bring and then disperse it in multiple, I would say, chains or the ways how to operate. But going back from the behavior, and I do agree, I think KYC is one layer, KYT behavioral is the second one, and then everything else is then the third one. So I think we are actually tapping into the field which nobody else fully understands how to work with it. We have regulations to guide us, but we do not have full comprehension how to manage it once it comes to that situation or when something is happening in the full way.
And I will jump directly to you, Paulina. What are like the red flags when we are like talking at the banking level and we are like looking to source of wealth that like will interact with like the recognition of patterns and what was mentioned right now? What are like those things that we see and we say like, this we need to further investigate, and I'm going to send it to Igor.
In fact, because I think Igor might be better positioned to talk about this, but the red flags really come from the transaction monitoring system, right? Now, there's an issue with the current financial ecosystem at the moment that the transaction monitoring systems cannot always detect that fiat transfer is, for example, from a crypto exchange. And that has to do with a lot of other issues in there, but for example, payments going through payment companies from a crypto exchange through some kind of a payment company and then to a traditional financial institution. So the flags are not always there, first of all, in the transaction monitoring system, and then once the flag is there actually, what we need to understand is really what's behind it. So financial institutions nowadays are increasingly asked not just to monitor transactions, but also to understand what's behind those transactions. And that would require a bank to actually analyze data that is outside of their financial institution. That is fragmented data that comes from crypto exchanges, wallets, DeFi protocols, and then this comes back actually to the KYT topic that was just brought, that because the only way really to understand whether this wealth there is legitimate is by understanding the client's holistic transactional story, or to try to make a profile of that customer, for example, by understanding and analyzing their data.
All right, so first let me just be very clear that I'm in your camp, guys. KYT is important. And also it's actually quite important for the young exchanges because remember one of the things that I mentioned earlier, the exposure to the wash trading. And on its very fundamental level, wash trading for the young exchange can be done fairly cheaply, right? All I need to have is to have 2 accounts and I can start creating volume. Because of the challenges with KYT, sometimes it becomes challenging to establish ultimate beneficial owner. So that will be the very first foundation. Once you start building that KYT database and you start knowing your ultimate beneficial owners, then you can start peeling down on the manipulation patterns, such as, for example, wash trading, especially when it's self-dealing.
But none of this is new, right? Like we have like those that have been operating at the different regions, we have seen this coming over and over and over, and regulators are struggling to adapt. I want to maybe just like ask, because I think comparison sometimes is good, but another like market that came out that fast was Turkey, where you operate. So is there any lessons learned that you saw that, that if the regulator will have known, it will have been better, so the Kazakhstan regulator can learn from like past mistakes of other regulators?
For sure, especially nowadays, and especially for the last 1-2 years, there is a huge progress in Turkey from the regulatory part and the regulatory organizations. One is the Turkish FIU, it's MASAK, and the other one is the regulatory body, it's the Capital Markets Board of Turkey. One thing is when we are taking a look, similarities or some differences between this region, Kazakhstan and the Turkey, especially for Turkey, the market is running in advance. What I am trying to say, for the last 10 or 15 years, already the exchanges are there, already existing, and always there is a kind of interest for the crypto, especially from the young generation, from the young people. And this is the similarities with Kazakhstan as well. We have a young generation, and this generation is digital native generation. For that reason, their interest is very high in these countries, in these regions, and etc. Just the thing is, the regulations in Turkey are coming a little bit, how can I say that one, behind. For that reason, the market is taking the position in advance, but the regulations are just coming after those. It's a little bit different, that seems at the moment for Kazakhstan. It's the good thing. And while the market is progressing and developing, and also the regulations are coming in parallel. That's one of the most important part in this wise. The other one is, especially for Kazakhstan, the mining. Turkey has no mining in the future. For that reason, not an experience even in the market and even on the regulatory part related to the mining and other things. So this is a little bit differentiator for Kazakhstan. And in mining, it's the good thing. It doesn't mean if we are especially taking the illicit activities and the part of things, mining doesn't mean anything for those, but at the end, for monitoring the coins or the tokens and etc. and the crypto after mine it, it's the most important part. For that reason, the blockchain analytic tools are existing after the mining and after the tokenization and other things and etc. for monitoring the activities within these wise. And by the way, I would like to add one thing, that we are talking KYC, KYT, and the other thing is the travel rule. All these parts are complementary to each other in reality for just making a secure crypto environment, that part.
I will say that like another advantage that, first of all, I would like to again disagree a little bit, because I think that in all cases, the industry moves faster than the regulation. And I think that we have seen that in every jurisdiction, and it's mostly because the speed of innovation and technology versus bureaucratic processes at the government level, it's just, we cannot compare, right? But we accommodate. I think here, what I liked so much about the first panel was that they were really discussing how to implement crypto and digital assets as part of the economy, right? And I think that this is a different mindset that gives them an advantage over some of the jurisdictions that I have seen. And I want to actually turn to you, Igor, because with that comparison, I would like to discuss a little bit Europe and the US, right? Because they also pool jurisdictions right now, and they have way different processes and backgrounds on how they did this. For those that are not familiar, part of the inspiration of MiCAR was the stable coin that Facebook at the time, now Meta, they wanted to launch. So this, although we were discussing it a little bit, this has speed up really hard how fast we publish MiCAR, right? So you have been working on those markets. Yep. So can you walk us a little bit through how market manipulation and AML has been perceived there?
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for pointing this question to me, because I'm, so as you know, right, so MiCAR regulation, well, it's a pan-European regulation focusing on crypto assets, and it's being governed by ESMA. So ESMA is relying on our technology to conduct MiCAR surveillance. So Solidus Labs conducts all MiCA surveillance for European Union. So I had a a front seat chance to work with ESMA over the last year, and now we're working with all of the 30 national regulators and 175, the last time I counted, of licensed CASPs. But if I may, I just want to maybe to think for a second about what happens when the regulation, such as MiCA, and the discussions that we had, chicken and egg, right? You have the regulation, but you also have market participants. So what happens when the, the gaps between the regulation and actual execution? Because I'm in trenches. I'm in trenches with CASPs. I'm in trenches with national regulators, and we all need to operate within this MiCA guidelines. The challenge is that the regulation, some people argue how clear it is or how opaque it is, but at least the regulation tells you what needs to be monitored. Regulation doesn't tell you how to monitor those things. And that creates a massive gap between the expectations from the regulations versus data that's available to actually exercise this monitoring. To do real meaningful monitoring, you need to be able to capture both trade information as well as order information, right? Because you have different market manipulation patterns, focus on trade and focus on orders, especially when you're thinking about the trades done through the centralized exchanges. Centralized exchanges, especially the one that focused on crypto, are not necessarily equipped to be able to capture data in the details that will allow detailed surveillance, detailed monitoring. So thinking about the order, right, for me to be able to really make a case for spoofing or layering, I need to be able to capture all order life cycle, right, from the order placement to cancellations, to rejections, to amendments. Be able to process the time difference with nanoseconds, because it's very important for me to see the sequencing. Well, not many exchanges are able to capture it nanoseconds. They don't need it to place the trades. So there's a lot of discussions, coming back to your initial questions, there's a lot of discussions happening between the regulation as it's written and then interpretation of the regulation and then actual execution of the regulation, just because of the data cleanliness and data availability. And I'm fairly certain that similar challenges happening now with the United States market as it's happening with ESMA. Again, ESMA in this instance is a trailblazer, so a lot of lessons learned that we are picking up working through the pan-European market, we are applying to our US-based clients.
I actually think that ESMA is one of the bodies that have bring like some type of clarity, right? Because we have the regulation from the Commission that passed the European process. We are not going to enter here, but ESMA and EVA were the ones in charge of doing like this second level regulation that we call, that is like more at the level of the detail. So I will agree with you, and I will also like say that between the level of the regulation to the level of the interpretation to actually do it to the enforcement of that regulation, there is another big gap, right? Which is where most of these topics just get into light on how we actually implement it, and like all of you work with like intelligence tools that actually facilitates this. I wanted to go back to something that I just remember from the first panel also, and was like about coordination between different kind of like regimes, right? Because Kazakhstan has like now 2, but almost 3. With the one that entered in force 1 month ago, right? Like, so it's not 2, it's just 3 now coming into play. We have seen a little bit with the UAE what has happened and how some bad players have taken advantage of like this interception between jurisdictions. Like, what do you think, maybe if I can turn to you on this topic, what do you see that are the weak points where we have in one country different frameworks coming into place?
Well, in generally, when you have different, I would say, regulators or different frameworks, then there's going to be gaps what you are looking for or what is required, right? I think Kazakhstan has overcome this, right? So I remember 2 years ago, I was only talking to AFSA, so there was no other regulator, right? There was a discussion about CBDCs, but nothing else. Now we are here, like what, 3 years ago, 3 years later or 2 years later, now they're doing. As they mentioned before, our both colleagues, they are not separated as a regulator, they're complementing, right? You can do National Bank of Kazakhstan regulation, you can do AFSA, and that's a good thing. And because they're working hand to hand, right, the gap between potential explosion or, let's say, exploiting the situation or criminals to use that is going to be less and less. Now, Alatau, it's a not new thing. I think this is something they're going to use or complement, right? But as soon as you have too many regulators or too many expectations or wishes, there's going to be gaps, right? Because example is ADGM, they will allow you off-ramp, while VARA will allow you on-ramp, right? So that means you can on-ramp the money, but you cannot cash out, and you go to ADGM and you cash out there, right? So let's say the case, you know, you can try to hide the money. So who is responsible? Is it VARA responsible or is it ADGM? So that's the part which it's the problem in one country. Now imagine it magnitude of the whole world, right? Taking money from Kazakhstan to Montenegro and to US, right? Who is responsible to regulate, which regulation you apply, which law enforcement is included, and all these things. And this is, I think, the biggest gap in all is interconnectivity or just sharing the information between each other in order to be more successful.
I think that we have like there like some standards that we can use, right? Like what I heard also at the beginning is that here they have like gold plate, like FATF and some IOSCO standards. That's why the ranking so high, but that might not be the case in other jurisdictions. I like the cooperation, and I will turn out to you, like I was like looking at you, because we in Europe like supposed to have this cooperation among member states, but when we have seen like the actual implementation of MiCA is like certain selective practices, let's call them like that, at the level of like the member states that have overcomplicated like MiCA implementation. So how does that work? If, like, if you want to talk a little bit about that also when it comes to the impact for banks and for like particularly looking at the work that you do, Pavlina, is like this like level of like multiple interpretation of like the cooperation and like member states in Europe like make it more complicated for you, for example?
Sorry, yeah, maybe if I could just add first to something that Goran said, right? Because he mentioned about off-ramping and that how do you off-ramp, but actually when it comes to understanding what is the source of wealth, that's probably the only one topic where all the regulators are aligned. So take MASA, MAS, VARA, MiCA, or even the Genius Act, they pretty much say the same thing. That the only way to understand the transactions or the time of off-ramping is by understanding the source of wealth. Sorry, so I don't mean to disagree, but it's indeed something that the FATF has talked about for many years, the origin of wealth. And then back to your question, Mariana, right? In terms of the implementation of MiCA when it comes to source of wealth specifically in Europe, so at the moment, this is actually done well by financial institutions manually. It's a very cumbersome process because, as we discussed, it really requires the processing of fragmented data from many different places that is outside of the traditional financial institutions. So it's a manual, cumbersome process, but it is there because banks have done this for hundreds of years, right? Understanding what is the origin of wealth, whether it's fiat or now crypto. Now, with crypto exchanges, it's actually a very, very different story because even though MiCA's grandfathering periods are ending now very soon in Europe, we're seeing that crypto exchanges really lack understanding the main processes that financial institutions have been equipped to implement for many, many years. So there is definitely a lack of knowledge and awareness there in terms of what are the practical implementation steps when it comes to whether it's enhanced due diligence or source of wealth. At least that's what we see in our experience.
But I will argue that they have better tools, and I'm going to turn with that comment directly to you, because the tools that we have due to the technology that we use, banks do not. And I will argue that it's much easier to track source of wealth and track the path of the funds with our technology than with traditional 100-year old school banking compliance processes. So if you can actually like bring us a little bit of light and put like an example where you have seen like the actual use of like these technologies and analytics to just like fight this type of scam, frauds, and financial crime, will be great.
Sure, for sure. Yep, that's working right now. Yeah, for sure. This is a highly important point that, as you mentioned that one, it's a kind of transition in the financial world. What I'm trying to say, from the traditional finance to blockchain and the crypto economy and the crypto assets. Related to the previous or the traditional finance and the banking system, also the compliance and that kind of analytic tools are always very important. But the concept or the thing is running the whole this stuff mostly reactively. If something happens, then you are taking the cases and investigating after something happening. And just you are running a limit of data and the sources. But right now, it's fully changed because of the nature of blockchain. You need to run the compliance, you need to run the investigations and the monitoring proactively. That's the key factor. What we are doing within these platforms and the blockchain analytic tools, this is proactively monitoring what's going on, continuous monitoring that we are saying. It's a part of KYT, then a part of the investigations and other things. This is what we are, at the moment, the main topic is fraud and scams. For that reason, I would like to give some live examples related to those. For instance, for how we are just getting and addressing the scams or the frauds. The first of all, running through an algorithm, and we are clustering the entities and the whole transactions. Then we are classifying. For instance, we are classifying some entities or some transactions like money laundering, like terrorism financing, like scams, like ransomware, and etc. The main point is the whole these things is for the illicit activities. I would like to also share some figures. For instance, right now the crypto economy, the value is around $4 trillion US. It's a huge amount of money. And guess what is the illicit activities in this amount in crypto business? Any guess? No. Let me share. For 150 billion US dollars. The percentage could be less, but at the end we are talking about 150 billion US dollar amount in illicit activities. It's a huge amount of money. The one thing is related to fraud. The last year in 2025, the scams amount is around 14 billion US dollars. As you know, scams sometimes just appearing after a while. For that reason, that could be 17 billion US dollar within the whole these illicit activities. It's the all-time high at the moment for these scam activities. The good thing is, with these blockchain analytic tools, as a nature of the transparency of blockchain, you can monitor and trace the whole the movement, whole the transactions within this cycle. After the scams, then the scammers, and you can follow and trace who are the scammers, who are the wallets, and etc. Just one important thing is AI. AI is changing everything. It's a very helpful tool for scammers, and because of AI tools at the moment, the revenue is almost after AI, using AI with the scammers, 4.5 higher than before. And daily transactions, daily attacks, 9 times higher than before. So on also for prevention systems within these blockchain analytics tools as well, also you need to use AI. That's also what we are doing at the moment.
You are like focusing mostly on like scams, and I would like to just like go back to you and talk a little bit more of frauds. Like, is the same pattern that we are seeing when we talk about scams, or like is there any different type of analytics that we use when we are like looking for fraud rather than from like these direct scams that were described right now?
Well, I think right now they're both somehow both all-time high, right? And the scams and the frauds are being used, everywhere, right? So the scams are being more used on the consumer side or individuals, but the frauds are more in on the institutional or the companies, right? It depends of, again, region, it depends of, the situation and everything. But we are seeing that the scams are like big butchering, love romance, or whatever you want to call it, right? They're being used on the people, right? While the frauds are actually being, I wouldn't say even frauds, but more exploitation of the technology, right? As colleague mentioned, AI. You can actually go and AI can help you find vulnerability and actually take the money. So I think one of the last topics that everybody's talking about is the ZK cache, right? Everybody found out that the AI found the vulnerability, how you can mint unlimited number of tokens, right? And if it's supposed to be privacy coin, right? So that depends of the situation. But overall, criminals don't choose what they do. They just do it. Whatever it's easier to do it, they will just do it. And they will cash out whatever is the regulation as less applicable, or whatever it's easier to do it.
With this, I also want to turn more into market manipulation, because I think that market manipulation is a little bit more elaborate. It's not just doing for doing, but like if we consider, because you were like dropping a lot of numbers, and like I mean, I'm a lawyer, and every time that I hear these numbers, I'm just like trying to put them in context, and I was just like looking, like or like thinking in like, yeah, those numbers sounds big, but they're not as big as the market for securities, or they're not as big as the market for bonds. And when you have like players like Tesos, that are like, I think upon the 10 holders of US Treasury bonds, like they have a lot of power on their treasures, right? So for a player like this, like it should be rather easy to pump and dump, or to just like actually like generate like activities that we will see in the market manipulation area. So what is your sentiment there when we have like such a big treasures at the level of like the foundations as well?
So, given that we are still talking about the technology, I'm afraid what I'm going to say something that will get me kicked out from all of the future panels like this one. Because if you are a practitioner, right, if you're not one of the vendors, then technology should not be your #1 priority. Because think about this. Remember when we mentioned before about the data, right? It's very challenging. It's easy to find a good vendor. It's easy to find algo that works for you. Easy, I'm using relative terms. But it's much more important for you to spend time and focus on the cleanliness, correctness, and completeness of the data, because at the end of the day, we can be successful only if we work with clean data. Right? Somebody mentioned before, I think it translates in all languages, garbage in and garbage out. And then the second part, going back to the regulation questions that we had before, so regulations are trying to be very, very clear on the requirements and expectations from the technology. They don't mention expectations from the analysts who are working with those technologies. So all I'm trying to say, I know that we're probably close to wrapping up, but all I'm trying to say that as a practitioner, think about this, right? To have, simple, clean algos working with clean data, and coupled with knowledgeable investigators, will always trump, complicated algos that sit on top of a dirty data, and working with analysts who really do not have experience going and challenging the situation. Mariana, you also tried to contrast and compare difference between, for example, transaction monitoring and trade surveillance. And that's also very important, because quite often when we work with surveillance departments in the exchanges, in many instances they are staffed by folks who are coming from traditional KYC AML background, because KYC AML has been out there for forever. And it takes us time to work with them to start changing their mentality, because sometimes we're positioning it as hunting versus gathering, right? When transaction monitoring, and again, and I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but it's, you're either on OFAC list or not. You're either subject to action, subject to sanctions, or you're not, right? With trade surveillance, it's very different, right? Just trade on its own doesn't tell you anything. You go to market makers, you challenge them, and you answer that you will receive that they're making the market. You go to traders, and the answer that you will receive is that they're hedging, right? So it's very important to start building the history and know exactly the attributes of the product, attributes of the client, patterns of the trades. So that goes back to hunting versus gathering again. Sometimes we use KYC and market and trade surveillance within, commingle them together. Just keep in mind, it's not only difference in algos, it's also difference in interpretation and the human element of the surveillance.
I want to maybe play something here, like this that sounds a little bit like police work, right? Like we are following trades, we are trying to identify them, like, right? Like it looks like police. So one thing that I would like to recommend to the regulator here is that like this police job is actually not intuitively for the industry. This should be also something that the authorities at the national level are able to do. They need to start learning how to use these different technologies that we have available that will make this possible, to identify the patterns, like identify the people behind the wallets and the transactions, and follow the path. Because if you leave this in the industry, the duty on the industry is present the report. What happened after the report is on the authorities. So they invest a lot of money and a lot of resources on compliance and training teams, but if the authorities also don't have the capabilities in-house to follow those reports, we are not doing basically nothing. So that's like something that I wanted to echo, because like I have seen it in a lot of jurisdictions without pointing fingers, but I think that that's one of the biggest gaps that is exploded, and the reason why we continue having like these numbers growing and growing is because we have the information on where they are, but there's no consequences, because there's no capacity at the police and the supervisor authorities to follow through those reports. With that really strong statement, I would like to invite you to maybe share it a little bit, and I know that this was not on the script and I'm playing around, so just entertain me. If you have seen actually reports that like, or like have like a good lesson learned from different authorities on how to power the teams at the authorities and the compliance level. If you work, I'm sure that you all work with them. So what is like the best practices that they can start implementing from early stage in like fast growing markets to do not pile up reports that are never followed through? Who wants to go first?
Well, I'll just say one word, it's training, right? You just have to train. You have to allocate the money to train the people. If you feel they're going to learn on YouTube or they're going to learn through the courses, it's only one thing, right? They need to have experience. It's like driving a car. I can give you a driving license. I can tell you where you can drive and not drive. But if I don't give you the car to drive it, and if I don't give you petrol to drive it, and if I don't coach you in the beginning just to make sure you don't hit, it's going to fail, right? So I would say one word, training, and get the education out, and then whatever else, it's just going to come natural.
This is data, tools, and etc. are there. For all them, it's not possible to do anything without people. So on, totally right, the competency of the people, even at the exchange or the banks or the service provider side, or even at the regulatory part. The most important thing is the competency. And the other one is, as much as possible, name the people who is responsible for if there will be any case, if there will be any fraud, scam, or any other incident, and etc. Who will be responsible from the service provider? Name it, the compliance teams, and etc. And also name the people at the law enforcement and the regulatory bodies. If there will be some case, need to work very closely and in collaboration. The reason is time is highly sensitive in crypto market. That's the point. And as much as possible, run tabletop exercises. What will happen if something happens? For that reason, it's important for a safe and secure crypto market and environment.
We are very fortunate to work with quite a few regulators, right? So ESMA, VARA, SEC, New York DFS, and so forth. So without naming specific names, what we found works well for the regulators when they take this approach of walk before you run, if that makes sense. So the initial focus is really not on the alert creation, but really understanding the market participants and spending time and spending effort on understanding what baseline, right? What is the baseline? Because by and large, our monitoring is, is variation from the baseline. When you think about the young markets, we already discussed the challenges with the liquidity. By nature, the trading will be choppy. You will have choppy volumes, you will have choppy prices. If you start creating alerts on day one, you'll be buried in false positives. Take a breather, take a step, start collecting data, start figuring out what's your average daily volume, start figuring out who are your market makers, who are your broker dealers, what is the behavior of the exchanges. Because think about it, right? The risk attribute of exchange will be quite different than from the risk attribute of the market maker, quite different from the risk attribute of the broker-dealer. You cannot treat all of them the same as the regulator from the surveillance perspective. So take your time, build the baseline, understand the behavior, start running alerts, and then go through the calibration.
Sure, I'll just take 1 minute just to build upon what Igor said. So start with clean data, and what we've seen really worked with regulators was more on the standardization side. So the baseline is clean data, but then also build or provide them with something that they could easily read and understand. The data is already very, very fragmented, and that's the one thing that could help them process any type of output a lot faster and understand it better.
Okay, so if I read it correctly, like basically what we need to do is work with you guys to get the data, clean the data, and have like all digestible for us, but at the same time, train the teams to know what to do with the data, what they receive, and like build the capabilities on site. I will also argue that we need to train and educate the day-to-day users, because I think that like fraud, market manipulation, I will put it aside, but like frauds and scams normally go via uneducated users that are starting to test with the technology, and then they have a bad experience. And the sad part is that once someone has a bad experience, they most likely will never come back. And then we will not get the level of adoption that we want. Do you want to have like some final words?
Just one word, training users, also training regulators.
Yeah, well, we will educate them. Yeah, true. But I will actually like invite like you here on the industry, you have a really open regulator that is like really willing to incorporate this on the traditional economy, right? So like I was like talking, like they were talking about like tokenized securities and like getting into capital markets, and that was really exciting because that means that they're open to also like try new things, so not work so much with the legacy system and like the traditional compliance, but explore like new options. And I heard also identities, which for me are like the cornerstone of everything we wanted to do when it comes to DLT. So if you have like the ideas, that is just like already game changing for like all of these cases, right? It's like easy to track and connect. So I will invite you to just like keep like the dialogue open with the regulator, work with these guys, let us know. Like I would love to just like bring one of the regulators from here to just like talk in other regions, so see if the other ones also change their mind. But I don't have that much time for jokes, so who wants to make a question? We have one question there.
Thank you so much to all of you. Question to Igor. I'm Jandos from the National Bank. Quick question more on the concept. So the ultimate goal, the ultimate outcome of all the market transactions is price. And as you mentioned, it can be impacted by fraud, whatever. So there are two camps of people who think that, for example, if we take the centralized exchange, that the price should never be constrained. For example, the price should be freely formed, whatever. Or the second comes that the centralized exchange themselves should be regulated. There should be some rules which would prevent financial manipulation. So I'm just wondering, from your experience, what camp are you? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So let me try to give you a two-part answer. The first part is think about the young markets. Because of the nature of trading activity, sometimes it's very hard to differentiate between the price discovery and price manipulation. Just because, right? Just how it is, right? Because of the patterns of the behavior and patterns of the participants. You might end up with top 10 participants, top 10 heavy participants will be, might be 90% of the trading volume. I will try to stay away from the question of philosophy of the level of control over the exchanges. I would probably, by my nature, more on the market side, let the market set the price. However, there should be controls in place to prevent market manipulation, to prevent price manipulation. So examples that I was giving earlier, wash trades, right? Wash trades, right? That's a perfect example when it's very hard to figure out the market price just looking at the volumes. We were recently doing investigation for one of the exchanges, and for a specific token, it was very interesting trading pattern. There was very significant volume for a low liquidity token. And then what we found out that you look at the data and it shows you that 98% of the transactions were done between two market makers. There was like one random dude placed a trade, so that's how it wasn't 100. So when you talk to them, well, we were making market. Well, like, what type of market are you making if you're trading between the two of you, right? What type of price discovery is going to happen? So I think to give you a full, complete answer, preference is for the market to set the price, but the exchange should have strong controls in place to prevent market manipulation.
But that's after, right? Like there's no way that you can prevent it, if I understood that correctly.
Well, sunlight, sunlight cures many diseases. When folks know that they're being watched, and once regulators go and talk to market makers a couple of times, there's expectations that behavior of market makers changes.
Yeah. More questions? Did I answer your question? Yeah. Does anyone has any extra question? No? Well, with that, then thank you very much, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for this amazing panel. We are moving forward to another winner of the papers tournament. As I said, there are 5 winners out of over 30 submissions that have been processed by the academic committee. And this one is pretty related to the topic that has just been discussed, because fintech lending is definitely something that is always a subject to frauds, and it always has had attention as something that needs to have new mechanisms put in place. So I'm very happy to introduce you to Professor Jianfeng Hu, Associate Professor of Finance at the Singapore Management University, who will present his paper, One Size Doesn't Fit at All.
Thank you. Well, first, I would like to thank the conference organizer for having us here. It's a nice pleasure to visit Kazakhstan for the first time. I've been enjoying the weather very much. Okay, something very quick about myself. I actually wear 3 hats. Right now, I am an academic researcher. I am the head of finance department at Singapore Management University. At the same time, I also manage my own systematic macro hedge fund. So we write computer algorithms to make buy-sell decisions, in all futures, all asset classes around the world exchanges. And finally, some of my investment expertise recently has been used by fintech companies. We start building back-end applications for a lot of the fintech, now including crypto. Okay. In fact, today's paper is mainly about fintech lending, although the crypto exposure is the latest addition we have. If time allows, I can share more with you later. Okay. So we have been talking a lot about crypto in this conference so far, and now we're going to switch slightly to fintech lending. But this talk, I have decided to modify it toward more general fintech discussion, because of the audience, okay? When I submitted the paper to the conference, I didn't realize, this is maybe 80% or 90% practitioner, okay, plus just a few academic papers. So the academic presentation is usually done in a very different way, okay? We tend to give the big insight in one slide and spend the remaining 90% of time trying to kill the same horse using 100 different ways, okay? This is a weird analogy to mention in Kazakhstan, given how many horses you have here, right? So that's too much work. So I decided to change the presentation, just make it simple. So let's see how it goes. When we think about fintech in general, well, it's supposed to be very advanced, tech-driven, and people enjoy the consumer surplus from technology improvement dramatically. And we tend to think, the incumbents, the financial service providers or financial institutions, they are rigid, they don't really do things efficiently, and that's why we need the technologies. But in reality, let me ask you guys, how many of you have ever borrowed money from a fintech lender? Hands up, please. 0, 1, 2, 3. Good. Okay. Okay, there are some at least. How many of you invest through a robo-advisor? Robo-advisor. Okay. Again, a few. Okay. So I'm glad, I'm positively surprised to see a few hands here. But generally speaking, these fintech applications are far less successful compared to payment. Okay? Payment has really conquered everything from fintech. But if you look at other more traditional or more hardcore finance business models like lending and wealth management, by and large, fintech still plays a small role there. Okay? You have to ask yourself why. So in reality, what we find is, indeed, fintech, they have apps, they are very efficient in offering the standardized product, but quite often you sacrifice personalization. And that can be a very big reason why the services in traditional financial services like lending and wealth management is not penetrated by fintech yet. Okay? So in my own view, okay, so far fintech has largely solved the market access problem, and I call this fintech 1.0. And in terms of the service qualities, just now, the quick survey has already spoken for itself. We are not really enjoying a higher or better service in terms of quality, okay? And that's why the market adoption is rather limited. It's only those who have no choices, okay, we go to fintech. Well, the analogy is like, the black market will have to do it through crypto, okay? And if you have access to the traditional banking services, maybe you just go with the traditional ones. All right. So the fintech 1.0 problem, why did it happen, okay? It's about a scale versus, it's a scale versus quality problem, okay? When we look at the 1.0 version of fintech, it solved a major market access problem by faster onboarding, lower transaction costs, maybe less stringent KYC, and market manipulation analytics, okay? At the same time, it's coupled with automated underwriting, and it broadened access to credit and investment universe, okay? So it is an inclusion effort. But if we look at the operating model that can improve service quality, what needs to go into there? Well, we find that a lot of the small ticket loans, typically they're standardized, and it leaves very little room for manual customization, okay? Same thing is true for robo-advisors. Customers are typically advised into some sample ETF portfolios. The robo-advisor just solves a matching problem rather than personally customizing a portfolio for you. And that's why growth metrics typically reward speed and the volume rather than quality, okay? So maybe the punchline at the bottom is blocked by the chairs, but I want to say fintech is inclusive, but does not always improve service quality, okay? So in this paper, we ask a simple research question. We want to say, if we just change the contract design offered by fintech service providers a little bit, a very simple thing, how much does that matter? And we are using a fintech lender as a laboratory for this purpose. So I work with a fintech unicorn in Singapore. It has business operation in most ASEAN countries, and we did this experiment in Indonesia, okay? So we specifically look at a simple element that is done by traditional banks, which is payday alignment, okay? When you go to a bank, you want to borrow, the banker is going to ask many questions, right? Things like, how much do you make? When are you getting paid, right? What's your liability cycle? And banks will try to match your liability with your liquidity, okay? So it's a very simple design, often adopted by banks. Even payday loan lenders, they know how to do it. But if you ever try to borrow money on fintech apps, if you ever try, sign up on those fintech apps, you're going to realize they only offer standardized products like 28 days, 1 month, or 2 months. It doesn't really matter when you borrow. They always give you the same tenor. Okay? So what we try here is, by changing the contract design just a little bit, can we improve loan performance? So the setting, as I told you, is in Indonesia. Our fintech lender, okay, the collaborator, offers 28-day loan there. It's uncollateralized cash loans. So you can imagine delinquency rate is high, okay? And it's wholly mobile-based, and the borrower can report their own salary payday, but the lender was not using that information at all, okay, until we decided to do an experiment. Now, the key contract feature here is we want to pick a few loans and shock it by extending the maturity date just slightly by 1 or 2 days, so that now the new due date crosses the pay date. So previously, a borrower has a loan maturing, let's say 1 day before the person receives salary. And now, after the treatment, the person receives, after the person receives the salary, now the loan matures. So this is the main treatment we exert, okay? So let me show you the first piece of evidence. We do this in a randomized experiment with about 3,000 loans, okay? And here the treatment is, like I said, we push the due date cross the borrower's payday after the extension. And what is the result? The loan overdue rate decreases by almost 30% in our experiment, okay? If you simply shock the loan maturity date by 1 or 2 days, and trust me, we did this very carefully by creating a lot of placebo groups, so the effect doesn't come from just extending the maturity. The effect comes from the fact that this simple extension of maturity helps helps the borrower cross a payday cycle. So now the borrower has enough liquidity to pay. And then, of course, very intuitively, right, the default and the delinquency rate goes down. Okay? So this is a very simple experiment with very strong impact. Okay? And we did this in a controlled experiment, but of course, we can also look at a bigger picture. So we got the lender's loan book, and we look at the full administration loan book of more than 1 million loans. Okay? We find the same pattern in the data. Of course, there it's not a controlled experiment. And we look at more than 300,000 borrowers, okay? And we find in that admin data, the overdue rate still falls by more than 15% if the loan matures shortly after the borrower's payday, okay? And the impact is quite profound. It's not just the short-term overdue rate decreases, okay? The penalties for missing the payment and the penalty interest also fall. And the longer-term default rate also reduces. What is the consequence? If you think about financial inclusion, this is all working in favor of the borrower because now borrowers have better future credit access, right? If you just narrowly miss a payment, it can seriously affect your future borrowing capacity in an adverse way, okay? So if you can avoid missing the payment in a short window, these borrowers can repeat, okay, as a customer. So this is a very small contract design change, and we find the impact is large, okay? And then who benefits the most from that? Well, we find it's indeed the underserved borrowers who benefit the most. So who are these people? We find the benefit is larger for young borrowers, for low-income borrowers, for high leverage, which is high loan-to-income borrowers, and finally for low credit score borrowers. So this is exactly we want financial inclusion to play an important role, okay? So you might be wondering, well, if it's all that great. Why didn't the lender implement that, right? So, so we talked to the lender. So they agree this is great, and it kind of confirmed their own intuition and observation. But when we suggest the implementation, immediately we were caught by a lot of the legacy issues. For example, the system has already been built like that. To change that, not only you have to change the technologies, but also you have to convince all the funding partners, including banks, funds, and those funding partners did not agree to change the terms easily because those terms were previously written after risk officers, compliance, putting so much work on that. And now you want to change the game, you hit the wall, okay? So in the, for these simple things in academic sense, it indeed requires a lot of collaboration in the whole ecosystem, okay, to implement. Technology is not the bottleneck. Rather, it's the coordination among multiple players in the industry. So if we face the same bottleneck, what did fintech players lose, right? So we look at traditional loan officers, they do a lot of KYC in a slow way, and just now, there was some dissatisfaction regarding how things were done in the traditional way. But when you look at the tech way, okay, quite often the tech approach standardizes things and oversimplifies things too much. Okay, and you may need a lot of nuances or domain expertise going into the product design here. All right, so now let me quickly talk about the FinTech 2.0 scene, okay? So I have been following all the FinTech development, including robo-advisors, for more than 10 years. And like I said, traditionally, we find FinTech automates things, it reduces the cost, and it really included a lot of people into the service, financial services. However, a lot of the high-end or premium, high-value-added services are still largely provided by human officers like loan officers, relationship managers, private bankers, okay? And that is because the automation technology was not available 10 years ago. So I waited until the ChatGPT moment. Then I told myself, this is the time, okay, to go into robo and the more personalized fintech. So indeed, AI can be a game changer to reduce marginal cost of customization. Because indeed now the human part, it's the customization part that makes the tech or fintech product different now. And to achieve that, you will need the help of AI together with human experts' domain knowledge. So FinTech 2.0 is no longer about reducing market entry or lower fees. It's no longer about opening an account with $1,000 or $100, okay? But it's about millions of personalized financial products for millions of users, okay? So we can see applications in lending and in wealth management, right? In lending, this is straightforward. You can customize repayment date, you can synchronize the payment schedule, or negotiate on grace period when a loan misses the installment, right? But more excitingly, on wealth management side, I want to bring AI as a private banker to the mass market. If you think about what private bankers do, they collect a lot of soft information and personalized portfolio solutions to multiple users, right? And these bankers are extremely expensive to use. But now AI can potentially fill the gap, provided tokens are not more expensive than billable human hours, okay? And in order to do that, I want to point out a low-hanging fruit here. The low-hanging fruit is indeed to learn from the incumbents, the banks, okay? They know what they are doing. It's just, traditionally, it's too costly to automate or to personalize the key part that bankers add value to. Or you can also learn from academics where insights have been extracted from numerous studies, and then use AI to scale what used to be expertise. And I believe this will be the new chapter of FinTech to start offering customized solutions to millions of users. So this is my conclusion. FinTech 1.0 democratized the market access and reduced the fees. Now, we are at the beginning of FinTech 2.0. which will further democratize the expertise with the help of AI. Thank you very much for your attention.
Do you have any question in the audience? I actually have one. Your first part about the lending mechanisms made me think of early days in crypto where we were learned to highlight that crypto is democratizing access of people who are unbanked, who do not have all these collaterals that that could be actually used for traditional loan institutions. So how does this group and community of people in the countries that maybe are not present here, because usually we are those fortunate who can travel and come, so how this community can enter your insights in the structure that you have presented? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think this is a specifically crypto question. Okay, so for blockchain applications, no, I have been studying blockchain for also more than 10 years. It's a good technological infrastructure to build applications on. But so far, in order to include the people, I think there's a long way to go, because the old decentralized or semi-decentralized vision like Libra or Facebook, it's not compatible with the current political order of central banks and the monetary, sovereignty. Okay, maybe Facebook was unlucky. In 2017, there was no National Bank of Kazakhstan eager to collaborate with Facebook, and that's why the Libra project was banned by all governments and central banks. And now they changed the name to Diem. Still, nobody wants them. But I don't know. You see this potential conflict. Central banks essentially, they want to do their own CBDC, right? And working with the private applications faces the potential risk of becoming obsolete one day. So as long as you have this tension between the current political system and the decentralized vision, I don't think there's an easy solution. Okay, if you ask me personally, I think the solution will be metaverse. Okay, one day, if we spend, a significant amount of our time in a metaverse, then you don't really need to worry about the constraint from the incumbents, and their financial inclusion can be rolled out much more easily. But in this world, I doubt, there's a lot that can be done very quickly. That's my thought. Yeah.
Metaverse also comes with a cost. Can you take a mic, please, so that I will bring this one to the... This will be last, okay, before coffee break, we all need.
Thank you very much for your presentation. In Kazakhstan, one of the largest banks is actually a fintech bank, so we are very well exposed to fintech lending. I have three quick questions. First, if there is a great advantage of increasing maturity by 2 days, like dropping delinquency by 15%, your answer is that legacy issues is not very convincing to me. I believe if you increase maturity by 6 months or 1 year, the delinquency will drop to 0. I believe so. So I don't see any disadvantages for a fintech company to increase maturity, first. Second quick question, how did you treat February with 28 days, etc.? And third, if you did one of the approaches with the experiment, did you follow the same people when increasing maturity? Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
Well, this is more like academic questions, or the questions I typically get at an academic conference. Okay. So first of all, maybe I went too fast just now. So when we treat them, we also have the control groups, right? So they also got a 1 or 2 day extension. But the difference is, for the control group, their extension doesn't help them pass the payment cycle. So we want to tease out just the liquidity effect. And for, again, to pitch this to my fintech collaborator, it was really easy. They also wanted to do that. But the bottleneck is not the technology, it's not the pitching to the fintech leader. I mean, the CEO is a very good friend of mine. But the real problem is the fintech lender works with banks. They actually help banks underwrite these loans. Essentially, these loans will end up on many banks' books, right? And then for that arrangement, the banks are not okay if they extend the loans by 1 or 2 days. So that's a bottleneck. Yeah. So I'm telling them, okay, wait after we publish the paper in a top finance academic journal, and now you can use this to lobby the funding partners. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now coffee time. You have 15 minutes and as many coffee cups as you want. Welcome back to the final segment of today. Here are the most interested and curious people. Thank you so much for staying. We are going back to Kazakhstan with the next panel, delving more deeply into the framework for the sovereign digital asset ecosystem here in Kazakhstan. You already had a chance to see Miguel as a speaker. Now he's joining the panel as a moderator. And please welcome the panelists. Tamara Shadieva, Deputy CEO of Kazakhstan Central Securities Depository. Vladimir Sabov. Mikhail Grishko. And Arlen Moldavekov. Where did I steal this mic? So I give it to you.
Test? Yeah, it works. So hi, it's an honor and a privilege to learn about the new digital asset framework from the very people that are shaping it. I think we have a stellar selection for the panel. 4 of the pillars of the digital economy are represented. No pressure on you. And I'm really, really looking forward to understanding a bit more of how it came to be, what your role was on it, what it is, and what the next steps are, because I think this is an evolving topic, and from the perspective of the licensed business, it's always very good to understand not only what is there, but also how do you plan to evolve it, right? Now I think all of you will have different answers to the same questions, more or less. I'd like to start with where we are and how it came to be. Maybe if you could start by introducing yourselves. What do you mean? Yeah, better? Okay. So if you could start with a short round of introductions, I would be very grateful. And the first question will be, what was your role and what is your role in this sovereign digital asset framework? So maybe starting with you, Tamara.
Hello, dear my panelists, dear colleagues, and thank you for your time, for all who visiting this panel, for their patience. My name is Tamara. I am Central Securities Depository Deputy CEO, and currently I serve IT infrastructure, IT projects, and line of development of products at our local market infrastructure. My experience in market infrastructure includes Kazakhstan Stock Exchange and some kind of work in our local market participants. So I have a broad view on the current development of the market and some product initiatives. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. Well, also good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, dear colleagues. Nice to meet you. I want to also thank the organizers for giving us opportunity to speak here. My name is Vladimir Sabov. I am the Chief Markets Officer of the Astana Financial Services Authority, which is the independent regulator of the Astana International Financial Center here in Kazakhstan. In turn, the AFC is a separate jurisdiction based on English common law, principle-based jurisdiction. Separate from the mainland, as we call it, the Kazakhstan civil law jurisdiction. The AFC has been at the forefront of developing digital assets. Maybe it all started, for sure, more than 5 years ago with the setting up of the sandbox, the FinTech Lab in the AFC, and it has gone steadily from there. Now we have a fully developed digital assets regime. I and my colleague here, which is in the audience, Damir, we're in charge of overseeing and supervising the fully licensed digital asset trading facilities, so the market infrastructure of the digital assets, which is fully licensed in the AFC.
Hello everyone. Hi, my name is Mike. I am a deputy CEO on the Kazakhstan Stock Exchange. And on Kazakhstan Stock Exchange, and together with my team, we are developing the tokenization platform and the digital asset platform to exchange the digital asset. And here we represent the trading venue, very matured, with 30 years old history and with, I guess, more than $400 billion turnover for the last 5 months. And we hope that we will extend our traditional market on the new field, on the digital assets.
Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Arlen Moldabekov. I am head of the Innovations in Digital Assets Division in National Bank. I was one of this person who worked on new regulation for digital assets. And now we are giving full license, oversight and regulation for new infrastructure providers in digital assets market.
Excellent. Thank you for setting us the context and the frame. The discussion that we're going to have is a discussion following 2 different asset classes. So we're first going to focus more on the money and on the cash aspects, on the digital cash aspects. Then move on to RWAs and tokenized assets, and then try to get a bit of an outlook. I was informed that we should do this succinctly, so let's try to meet that challenge. And when I think of money, I have to look at you, Ellen, obviously from your role. So if we're talking about digital tenge, especially, what are we talking about? Are we talking more about the CBDC? Are we talking more about the stablecoin? And could you explain a bit to us how you see both of these types of assets? How do they complement each other, and for whom you would conceive them? Is it possible?
Yes, of course. Actually, from 2023, we actively tested digital tenge implementation in different pilot projects, and one of the successful implementation of the digital tenge is improving transparency of public spending, by what we can be sure that government funds use it for these intended aims.
Yeah.
By the way, the stable coins are issued by the private companies, and they can provide innovations more fastly. And in this case, we think that both of these tools are not competitive, they are complementary tools. Main difference between stable coins and digital tenge is that digital tenge is issued by National Bank. So by what they can provide high level of trust and reliability.
So I think we heard from a previous panel that the CBDC is more on the wholesale perspective.
Yes.
Right, and then the stablecoin is more for private or for corporates. Especially looking maybe from a critical perspective from the stablecoins, what's your anticipation? Where do you think will it add value?
As I already mentioned, we think that digital tenge will add value. Digital tenge or stablecoins, excuse me?
Stablecoins.
Stablecoins. We think the stablecoins can add value in innovative new financial products. One example is cross-border payments. They can provide fast and programmable payments. And as you know, now cross-border payments are one of the longest, take very long time to make cross-border payments, while using stablecoin it can be even more faster.
Excellent. So still keeping the mind and the stablecoins, Vladimir, we were discussing previously about how the split is between, tenge and non-tenge stablecoins. If I get it right, you have a stake also in issuance of stablecoins that are not issued in tenge. How do you look to these instruments? Have you seen any market activity related to this?
I would fully agree. Yes, so we see increased interest, and the mere fact that that actually we are here today again in the building of the National Bank of Kazakhstan is, I think, is very telling. How the whole space in Kazakhstan is moving from something that was more like, as we all know, like a fringe and the fringes of the financial system a few years ago. Now it has taken center stage, and even the non-believers have been converted. I fully agree that the prospects for bigger use of stablecoins are related to especially international payments, also some more innovative financial products. As it concerns the tenge stablecoins, here is the perimeter of the National Bank of Kazakhstan. At the AFC, we have projects related to other currencies with other pegs. For example, one that comes to mind is currency yuan-based stablecoin created by one of our participants, the company actually based out of Hong Kong, but based in the AFC, and specifically aiming at facilitating the payments between China and Kazakhstan and the trade between China and Kazakhstan. So for us as a regulator, the key question, I guess, is the reserves of the stable coins, and the key, of course, the key element should be the reserves should be there. They should be overseen. They should be quantifiable. They should be verifiable, and the holders of the stable coins should be able to have a claim on those, almost immediately and at all times. So for now, we're only discussing fiat-based stablecoins. This is what we have at present. But we also, I think, we can discuss here how the industry is also evolving, and we are talking about, for example, sovereign securities-based stablecoins or commodities-based stablecoins, which, again, are something like a newer idea today, but we can easily see how they can have a wider usage, wider use cases as the time progresses, right? For economy like Kazakhstan, which is hugely rich in natural resources, for example, a natural resources-based stablecoins could be a viable opportunity, especially for developing those particular mining industries. But for us, again, as regulators, it is about transparency, consumer protection, stability, and enforceability of the stablecoins, regardless of the reserve.
Okay, so we have a reserve policy that is cash-based, which ensures, yeah?
It is, now the use case that we have now is cash-based, but we are open to consider others when they come our way. I think for AFC, of course, the big advantage is that, as I mentioned, we are principle-based jurisdiction. Therefore, we always try to balance innovation with, the standards that are expected from all, even traditional and non-traditional financial assets, right? Consumer protection, AML, CFT, robust governance standards, and so forth. So within those frameworks, if somebody wants to innovate in stable coins based on other assets, please come our way and we'll listen to you.
Excellent. So I guess that first approach is important, then you get a foot in the door, so to say, you have a product working. Looking at you, Mihai, because I think I understood that you plan on also using stable coins or offering a ramp up onto the exchange, on the digital asset exchange using stable coins. Can you share a bit more of what your plans are there?
Yeah, right. the stable coins will play the crucial. It will be the crucial part of our business model because on the Cassia we'd like to provide to our client the service when client can change one digital asset for another one. So we will not have on the first stage the crypto fiat channel because we as a group of Cassia, we acting as a banking organization, and we have a distributed network of corresponding accounts, bank accounts, and on the first stage we'd like to separate the classical scheme and the classical model from the digital one. That's why on the new venue, on the new market, we'll provide the exchange of digital assets, for example, financial assets, for example, the new instruments issued on the tokenized form. It will be trading for stable coins, for the naturally digital assets like Ethereum, Bitcoin, and so on. So in this, taking into account that our clients still will have to find the way how to go to the fiat, we're expecting that the converting from the fiat to stable coin and reverse operation will be very important for our clients, and we're expecting that we'll use maybe Solana stablecoin because it is already launched in the sandbox of the National Bank. It's a EVA stablecoin, maybe another one. So we'll try to find the proper, and if we will not able to find the proper, we will build our own stablecoin for tenge.
Excellent. I think all starts and ends with the CSD, and the stablecoin by itself is only meaningful. It can be exchanged, but not only the trade, but then the settlement. So how are you looking into this space? I guess you have an interest in the digital tenge, so in the CBDC. Yeah. Are you also looking into stablecoins? What are your plans for both?
Okay, thank you for the question. You're precisely correct. So last year we were impressed really by the project of digital tenge, and it was well awarded, yes, with CDBC, and the all work that National Bank and National Payment Company made for the full year was really foster development of the settlement in digital tenge across the country and foster the transparency, DVP settlement in real time, and also cross-border settlements. It's really impressive. Regarding settlements in securities with digital tenge, we're still on the way, but if it will be a need of the market participants, I suppose that we'll do it. Technically, it can be realized by some kind of settlement sections of the settlements account system and so on. But I just want to point the attention of our panelists, our speakers to the point that digital tenge and other regulated stable coins, they are just change the settlement asset, yes, but they maybe don't crucially change the way of settlement finality. So for us, like Central Securities Depository, from the market perspective, the settlement finality is one of the main important point, and for us it can be just proved by the fact the transfer of the assets in DVP is proved by legal, if the transfer is legally irrevocable and operationally unconditional. So we just prove it like a system, and we prove the right of the holders that this is a final record in our system. So I think that the way how it will be settled, it's really interesting and can be promoted with digital tenge in the nearest future, but we need to remember that settlement of finality is on the way, more important in this way.
Okay, but it sounds like you have a path. That sounds like good news.
Yeah, thank you.
So moving from those good news on the settlement side to the RWAs, maybe from the perspective of the central bank, not necessarily from the issuance. So what's your view on this? These are different types of assets, right? They already exist. There's already regulatory framework in place. What's the development? How do you harmonize both? And in that development, on which instruments are you focusing? Are you more focused on equity, focusing more on debt? Can you share a bit some of your thoughts and strategy on this?
First of all, based on the results of the regulatory sandbox, now it's 33 projects in regulatory sandbox of National Bank. We see strong interest of issuers and investors on tokenized real estate, tokenized gold, and digital form of traditional financial instruments. I think the most ready assets to be tokenized are bonds, debt products, money market products, and another financial instruments that already have established legal framework. For more complex assets, for example, like ownership rights and another ownership rights for real assets and another types of real assets, they are complicated to be sure that they have really backed assets. This kind of assets need more clarification, legal clarification to develop further. And as a regulator, we will continue to use instrument of regulatory sandbox as a tool to test in pilot regimes of this kind of complex assets.
Okay, that sounds like some results, some preliminary results. Micha, does it match with what you're planning to do? Where's the market demand coming from, and how do you provide liquidity to these assets?
Actually, yes, we can confirm. And on Cassia, as I already said, we're not just the trading venue, we also the tokenization platform. And as the tokenization platform, we will provide the services to issue the new financial instruments right in tokenized form. So the company can issue the new debt, the new shares as tokens. And I guess that it will be the first cases for us. And the second one is what we'd like to do is to provide to our clients the possibility to pack every stock or every bond that they have on their accounts in Central Securities Depository into the tokenized form. To provide these services, we need one new license. It's a license for holding the backed or underlying asset, and we're expecting to get the third license for this type of activity. But the first cases will be the issuance of the new debt, I guess.
Maybe staying on the infrastructure side, Tamara. So you also obviously play a big role on the issuance of these instruments. What's the status quo? So you have, as Mia said, you have instruments that are native as a digital form, instruments that are digitized. What's your next step? What are you starting with?
Okay, for clients who, for example, go to operational tokenized platform on the Cassia, they are in many cases also our clients, and for them we can offer some kind of services, some kind available for all type of investors, kind of market participants, but some of them only for institutional investors. For digital assets, we can provide the crypto custody platform that built on the fourth main pillar of the security. For us, it was like a big step to the crypto custody world, where we can offer to our clients some decisions of the worldwide provider of crypto custody, well-named provider, through our local application. So it means that we just built one entrance for clients where they can put their assets on the cold long stage usage and self-keeping. For example, if we just put some crypto custody, crypto assets in the worldwide scheme, and then you just want to make it legal in your own law control, you just can go and use some kind of services of Central Securities Depository. It means that you can deposit and withdraw your crypto asset to the worldwide border cross payments, but still you do this under the law of Kazakhstan. It's a big step for us, and it was available thanks to National Bank and our local regulatory agency for regulation and development. And still, of course, it's because of the all conditions that we can test and put on live within the sandbox. And other type of services we can provide for different kind of market participants, for different kind of holders, is registry of digital financial asset. It means that as a core infrastructure, we maintain the core registry of list of the holders for issuers. We also backed the asset that is underlying the digital financial asset. We can provide the data dissemination on these transactions with this asset and provide information local authorities, international authorities, and of course market participants with this kind of information, and make this digital asset world also transparent for all market participants. And of course, what is also the most significant part is that we can prove the right of any holder, and we every day will make a reconciliation between issued and outstanding securities. It means that there does not be any illegal failures in the settlements.
Thinking, so you've touched also on the cross-border. Vladimir, you have a couple of eyes abroad as well, so you're also outward looking, not just working in the country. So what kind of demand are you seeing from the outside? So who wants to issue? What are...
Well, again, I think it's definite that tokenization of real-world assets is happening, right? Maybe a bit slower than we thought it will be happening, but it's finally happening, right? And again, the mere fact that here we're talking about KASEN, the National Bank, and Central Depository here in Kazakhstan working on that, it means a lot. At IAFC, we have been, again, believers from day one, and we want to think that our legal framework is also very suited, very well suited for issuance of real-world tokens because, again, of the English common law, the international courts, the access to institutional investors, and so on and so forth. We have one of the big global names in tokenization in our sandbox, almost about to graduate, as we say, to move to fully licensed regime, and they have had already some successful track record there. And now we are discussing a pilot project in actually tokenizing equity rather than debt, because let's see how equity will work. Now the details between the issuer and the exchange and all the stakeholders are being discussed, also with our active participation as a regulator. I think there are two angles that we can talk about. First of all, of course, institutional investors can use Kazakhstan as a whole, because I see that we're all in agreement here that this is a space that will be developing. But also, I think we need to think about Kazakhstan's economic perspectives and priorities, right? That can be tokenized as well. In big infrastructure projects, critical mining, quasi-sovereign debt or sovereign debt, and so on and so forth. So these are assets and projects which are well suited to tokenization, I think. And there will be a bit of competition between the jurisdictions, or maybe collaboration and cooperation. Will it be AFC? Will it be national bank based? Will it be both? You know, I think the best, of course, time will show, but best if it will be both. So let's hope for that.
Yeah, I think that invites the last round. I think that's very ambitious and very positive looking. As we move into the future, so I think there has been tremendous work in the last couple of years, very high speed, very impressive. Do you want to stop and use what you have built, starting with you, Ireland? What's the outlook? Or would you like to, are you also having more things, more specific things planned? So what's the next steps?
We already have a comprehensive regulatory framework. The next stage for us is to build a really economic activity in this market. So next 1 or 2 years we will be focused on building a strong and innovative digital assets ecosystem on the top of this framework. And attracting issuers, investors, and infrastructure providers. What I want to say is we will expanding the usage of digital assets and integration to the existing financial infrastructure. Our main goal is to digital assets become one traditional part of the financial ecosystem, not as a gray or unregulated market, but as a safe, transparent, and useful tool for citizens, business, and economy.
Michal, you want to add something? You already talk a bit about the future.
Talking about the future, we're expecting that our efforts in this field will help us to enlarge the size of the pie, and we looking for the new members, new training members on our market, and we're expecting that these new instruments will be attractive for the new investors, because the cross-border and the cross-border payments, cross-border transferring on these instruments, not just the sound, because we see that, for example, the latest market cases, when our issuers go to the Asian markets, for example, Hong Kong markets, and they sell their debts for 2% per year, the yield rate. And the local yield rate is around 17–20% for the corporate issuers. And when we would like to show that our issuers, the local issuers, have very attractive instruments, attractive for the foreign investors who are able to get the 15%, 20% of profitability per year on the debts for the corporate issuers. And that's our hypothesis. We're expecting that it will be interesting for many investors.
Excellent. I think, Vladimir, you've already answered this specific question. Do you want to add something, especially?
Yeah, I think what we're hearing is the key challenge will be going forward, interoperability, right? Because we have different systems, different infrastructures. We have the banking infrastructure, we have the traditional securities, capital markets infrastructure, now the digital assets infrastructure, CDBC. The challenge will be for these to work seamlessly together, because an investor doesn't care so much about what the legal regime is, as long as he is a legitimate holder, he's making a legitimate transaction, payment, whatever. So he or she wants to be sure that it goes seamlessly from Kazakhstan mainland to AFC to international, and so on and so forth. So I think this is the challenge for the future. We are doing a lot of work also with our colleagues from the National Bank to think about how these, even they're not international payments, but interjurisdictional payments here in Kazakhstan, being, again, we have the mainland jurisdiction, the AFC jurisdiction, now a third jurisdiction from not long ago, the Alatau city, again, special jurisdictions, which also needs to fit. So we need even to figure out among ourselves how this is going to work, and also, of course, the international aspects. But it's clear that we need to recognize ownership right, enforceability of smart contracts, settlement finality, and dispute resolution. And if we agree on that, then we can build the ecosystem for the whole of Kazakhstan.
Tamara, any additions? You only have to operationalize everything, right?
Yeah, from the point of legal and operations, yeah, I see. As I say, our path is more evolutionary than disruptive, so we go with our market infrastructure step by step, and we are looking forward to see the market interoperability between the market participants in the nearest future. For our local market infrastructure, the main challenge is how we will work maybe with international infrastructure, because as I said, we built our core registry infrastructure, we make some reconciliations mechanism, we built some business processes, business checks, and so on. We can provide the finality of the settlement, we can provide the settlement instructions are checked correctly, field and so on, but how it will work in the market we will see only through the market interoperability. And what I want to say is that tokenization, we all here build the trust layer, and tokenization creates digital assets, yes, but market infrastructure creates trust in digital assets. So we should do this way together in the trust way. Yeah.
I have to say from my perspective that it is very refreshing to see all of the pillars of the digital economy working together. From a European perspective, that is very energizing. I think we don't have time for more questions. I would really like to thank you all for your insights. Thank you for your openness. And I would like the audience also to thank the panelists with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a lot to think about, a lot to learn from. We will conclude today with the final panel that will, I hope, sort of collect it all, the lessons that we've gathered today. So I'm happy to introduce you my panelists, because I will also have the honor to moderate this panel. So please, Dr. Ahmed Farouk Aysan, Avvocato Alberto Borri, Juan Ignacio Ibanez, and last but not least, Mariana de la Roche. Welcome on stage. Okay, everyone has their water, their mic. Oh. Gentlemen. we all can do it alone, but even a framework cannot do it alone. That's because we have a whole world, and I think the digital ecosystem has had this experience of fragmentation, and now we are moving toward this synergy. And this is a very hot topic. Before we delve into it deeply, I would love everyone to introduce yourselves from the point of view of which framework are you considering yourself affiliated more to, and in which competence, what is your role in this development of the framework? Let's start with the right part. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is Ahmet Aysan. I am joining as at the capacity of an academic right now, but I am formerly at the Turkish Central Bank. I am both academic and practitioner in the same way, because I do some consultancy also on CBDCs, and I'm one of the early figures on fintech and cryptocurrencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Alberto Borri. I'm from Switzerland, so I can say that I'm mainly under the Swiss framework. Of course, Switzerland is in the heart of Europe, so we work also on MiCA, but we have one today that is an expert on that topics. And we follow also our clients on the UAE, so we have the possibility to see the differences between the regulators and the way that the regulators are applying the new laws and are facing the challenge that we have ahead in the crypto sector.
Right. Well, easy for me. I'm Juan Ibañez, General Secretary of the MiCA Crypto Alliance. I was in a previous panel, so won't introduce myself much, but obviously I bring a MiCA perspective. And as far as I look into other jurisdictions, it's from the commonalities and difference and the comparison with MiCA, Switzerland being an important example, the UK and its development regime as well.
Okay, there you go. I guess for me it's also easy. I was just in the previous panel, so I won't introduce myself. And for which jurisdiction I subscribe, I just want to say maybe I'm a global citizen, because I do quite a lot with MiCAR, but also I provide a lot of feedback to the regulatory framework in Qatar. I've been doing quite a lot also with Switzerland when it comes to the comparison on DAOs. I look at what is going on with Brazil on the stablecoins. So I don't have the deep dive overview as maybe Juan has from some of the parts of MiCAR, but I'm kind of a generalist, so I have a good perspective of what's going on at the global level. Therefore, what's so excited to come here.
I love it. Thank you so much. Well, if we delve into every jurisdiction that we mentioned and also compare it to others, we will spend another at least week talking. So I just remember that the early crypto days, 10 years ago, it was all starting. In the beginning, it was only, I guess, SEC versus CFTC, who is taking which position and which token to work with. Now we have so much around. I would love you to highlight what has genuinely impressed you being settled, because there is a lot also on paper, but what is something that is really working in your opinion? And to economize time, can you also highlight a challenge that you have encountered the most dealing with the jurisdiction you are working in? Maybe let's start with MiCA, because it made headlines last year. So is it as good as they say?
I mean, as a regulation in itself, I think MiCA is pretty good. Of course, it's a heavy regulatory regime, and it might have come a bit early in the development of the market. One should also keep in mind that MiCA is not the only regime that a crypto project in the EU needs to deal with, right? A crypto project needs to deal with the PSD, the Electronic Money Directive, lots of other regulations that come at the same time. And part of the problem that Europe has is the concurrence of regulation and the overlap, right, and the cost that can generate. But from the perspective of MiCA itself, how it's been written, it's pretty positive, and that's why it's imitated so much. In terms of things that I would say are broadly settled, broad topics of asset classification are included. There's generally an understanding that there's assets that are commodities, utility tokens, and we don't need to pay that much attention to that category. We know now that there are stable coins, and every jurisdiction is looking at stable coins, particularly the ones that are fiat-backed, with similar requirements, right? The issuer should be authorized, there should be a redemption policy, and so on and so forth. And also crypto asset services, whether they're called virtual assets or digital asset services, whatever they're called, they're broadly generated in a similar way. You need a license, there's a supervisor, and so on. These things are settled. So things that are not so much settled and we see problems with are, one of them is, I mentioned asset classification as a settled thing, but there's also the fine print of asset classification, right? What happens if an asset is semi-decentralized? Do we have a financial instrument or not, right? That sort of frontier territory is not very well developed. An area where it's extremely challenging is everything that's cross-jurisdictional about crypto. So if you're launching a stablecoin in one country and you try to import it in another country, if you have a trading platform with an order book and a global entity and a local entity that you set up to comply with the regulations, can you have a global order book? Can you solicit customers from another country? Well, in principle, you cannot. But if you're a DeFi protocol developer, can you host an event and give out merchandising? Right? Is that reverse solicitation of customers? Everything that's cross-jurisdictional is still an area of work. So, yeah, I would start there.
Thank you very much. And I think this is actual for any jurisdiction in the end, but it's great that we started with something pretty new, but at the same time pretty established already. Alberto, so what does the Swiss framework add to what MiCA is offering? And maybe also this singling out of a market inside the European ecosystem also is a bit similar to how Kazakhstan is in the middle of Eurasia, so there are maybe some lessons to get.
Yeah, sure. Now let's start from the first assumptions. Switzerland, the crypto framework in Switzerland is much older than MiCA. Okay, it's been one of the first countries in the world to regulate cryptos back already 10 years ago with the first FINMA 2017-18 with the first FINMA guidelines on token classification. Switzerland is in the heart of Europe, but it's not part of the European Union and the economic area. So we are not under MiCA, okay? I know that you are expert on that. Switzerland is very different from the approach that the European authorities and the European Parliament adopts with MiCA. So it's an open country. What one says is about the offering of services in the European Union. In Switzerland, we don't have this limitation, okay? And that's also why, for example, USDT is still available in Switzerland because we don't have any specific regulation that's oblige a company to be authorized in Switzerland to offer their services.
I'm not comfortable with the word "steal." It is available.
It is available. Yeah, sorry. It is available, but in the crypto market, every 6 months we are used to have updates. But yes, it is available. So the principle of Swiss regulation is different. In Switzerland, the legislator does not want to over-regulate. So I think it's one of the countries in the world that try to respect as much as possible the principle of technological neutrality. And I make you a very easy example. If you are a crypto broker and you do on-ramp, off-ramp, in Switzerland you need, as of today, because we don't know maybe in the next years, but you just need to follow AML regulation because they see that the main risk is anti-money laundering because you do, again, you act as a financial intermediary. And that's just the application of the traditional law that was applicable for financial institutions, also to crypto projects. Then in 2021, we had a new regulation that adjusted the traditional law to crypto assets framework and new technologies, adapting the whole framework. But it's a very advanced country.
You can pay in crypto. You can do tax ruling with the tax authority in crypto. You can open foundation without big issues and managing that in cryptos. So I can say that these are the main differences that we have in Switzerland. So we don't have the how many pages we have now with the regulatory technical standard? More than 2,000? I don't know exactly. In Switzerland, that's not. It's also maybe just a point of languages. In Switzerland, we have many official languages, and I believe that if we need to translate all the regulation like in Europe in all the languages, it's going to be something more complex. But
now it's not printed, so in the end,
exactly.
pages are not that relevant as.
But
bytes.
But then you need to apply that pages. So
I need to answer to this. Because Europe, like European countries, it's not that they didn't have, like all of them not had regulations, right? Like Germany had a regulation before MiCA, right? So what is the advantage of like having like one regulatory regime for all the European countries is that idea that once you get your license in one European country, you get to serve all of them, right? With the passporting. So this was an amazing idea. If you're thinking like actually what the regulation wanted to do, which in paper is fantastic, right? Because I won't need a license in France, I don't need a license in Germany. I just go to my favorite regulator with a language I can speak, or that they speak English, and I just passport everywhere, right? So this was an advantage thing. If you go to Switzerland, you just get to Switzerland. I don't know how much is the crypto.
Well, if you are in one canton, you can open a business in another canton.
Yeah, well, but like it's like you think in adoption, right? And I think that this is what is really important. And I also want to echo like something that you just said. We don't know if in 3 years it's going to be like that. That's not what I want to hear as an industry player. I want certainty, not just clarity at the moment. I want certainty that what I'm going to do is going to be legal in 3 years. Because I'm going to put a lot of money and effort to get adoption. So if it's not going to be legal in 3 years, or I don't know, like I will just go to another jurisdiction, maybe with a more complex regulatory framework that I know is going to be stable. So I just want, I never have the flag of defender me card normally, but I thought that it was important to,
I agree,
to put it on context.
That's the essence of the European Union, the passporting. So that's the essence.
But MiCA is not only European Union, it's 27 plus 3.
Yeah, because we have
We
also the
also have
European
Norway.
Economic Area. And also Liechtenstein.
Yeah, Liechtenstein has done an amazing job with digital assets.
Okay, advocate against devil's advocate. You'll decide who is who. I'll be back for you because I have a question for you that will be Ahmed. Talking about the Gulf, there are also different frameworks. I'm actually not sure even which is older. Then we'll talk about this and if it's a good thing actually to be older or not in our industry. How is it different? What does it look from inside with all the Islamic finance? Ecosystem and also the different verticals basically. What I remember experiencing in the Gulf countries is that all the institutions, and I actually saw it here today in Kazakhstan, there are different institutions that are working closely together. We didn't have police here today, but I don't know whether there is, but in the Gulf countries it's actually very important because police representing the crime sides. And so they are those who maybe sometimes know more about the security in digital assets than the regulators or the institutions yet. So how does it look from inside and what is different and what is the biggest challenge as you can see? Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. First of all, let me thank the organizer because this is probably one of the very rare events that the regulators are very much involved in the preparation, and you don't see this in the Gulf for sure, and in many other places, even in overall in Central Asia. And I consider this as part of future readiness, because many of the things that we discuss today is not necessarily in practice, and it is kind of an evolving field. It is not necessarily settled. It is quite different from the regular kind of regulations in the financial markets. In the regular form of financial regulations, something is done in BIS and then we just adopt them and then that is easy. But the life is not like that. Many things are in making and we are trying to adjust. And one option might be just ignore them, especially for oil-rich countries. That's where the Gulf is important, I believe, and that's where we somewhat see differences among the Gulf countries. Even though the Gulf appears to be kind of a single unity, it is not. Saudi Arabia is quite different from UAE. UAE is quite different. Even within UAE, how the Dubai acts and how the Abu Dhabi acts are quite different. And it is kind of a richness also, especially when it comes to digital assets, the regulations, and so on. But I believe that what we are doing here is very important because it's part of this conscious futures idea where things will evolve, and then we have to evolve with the markets, evolve with the global politics. Today, for example, we didn't discuss much about the global politics, but whatever we discuss here, especially when it comes to compliance and so on, is quite global. And it's quite, as we start naming as geoeconomics, what sort of things will come out in front of us is going to be part of the global politics. But let's go back to the Gulf region. For the Gulf region, the countries are completely different from each other. And especially considering that this field is an evolving field, the countries are evaluating the cost and benefits. For example, Qatar is much more risk averse, and they are right because they have anyway enough reserves, gas reserves and so on, and then they don't want to get into something which may turn against them later on in the financial compliance and so on in international sphere, which we observe it for other countries who are put to sanctions or who are put to some grey list and so on. So the Qatar doesn't want to do this. For UAE, it is different story. And UAE is not, Abu Dhabi is more acting kind of a state, which kind of a process state sometimes, and representing somewhat, I believe, the more bigger countries. For example, in their dealings with the CBDCs with China. I mean, you will not normally expect this from a small country, but they are the best to offer CBDC because it's kind of a stable coin where it's fixed the dollar, and then you can do all sorts of trade. So they see the benefit there, I believe, so they are much more risk taker. But on the more private side, Dubai is leading, and they are also much more risk takers. For Oman, for Saudi Arabia, for example, it's also a huge market because there's a big internal market. The population is about 40 million. And whatever you implement, it is anyway going to be benefiting from the huge market. And that's why I believe there are good, we have to have a mixture of this for Kazakhstan. For example, Kazakhstan is an oil-rich country, but still it's not, the only source of income is not the oil. So we need to develop the domestic financial system because there is a likelihood of benefiting more from this sector. And the country is not small, it's a big country with 20 million population, much bigger than the UAE, Qatar, Oman sort of countries. So for the Gulf region, in short, there are different types of strategies. And this is very much related with the global politics, by the way. I am sure, for example, after all these things are happening, probably the Gulf countries are going to be much more risk takers because there was an assumption that we will not take any risk and we will be protected in the international sphere. But now this is somewhat being jeopardized. So that's why I said this is more of a part of conscious futures where things are going to evolve at the very macro level, at the global financial system level, and it will boil down to the institutions, like the financial institutions, it will boil down to the individual economies.
Very balanced position, thank you, diplomatic. And yes, please.
I'm a former central bank.
I like the focus on risk aversion and risk taking, so I wanted to go on that. I mean, MiCA is very long, and all of these regulatory technical standards, yeah, thousands of pages. Many of them, though, are on stablecoins. And That's, yeah, exactly. And other forms of stablecoins. And those are categories where Mika was born in a very risk-averse way. So the process of writing Mika was ongoing by technical teams within the European Commission, and then Facebook's Libra was launched, which led to a state of panic, right? Privately issued money taking over our continent. We need to regulate this. So you have this sort of more reasonable, more balanced, let's say, not more reasonable regulation. And then you have a regulation for stablecoins specifically that is very prudential and it's risk averse. But that brings me to Switzerland, though, because Switzerland has, yes, a much more do no harm approach that I have been very interested by. But also it's interesting that the way you say we have had a regulation since before Mika, then you say we have had FINMA guidance, right? That's not what regulation means for us. It's regulation, of course, but we use regulation with a capital R, right? And now FINMA is, well, there's a consultation, right? I'm not sure what's the latest on that, but it's really thinking of changing the stablecoin regulation part specifically and adopt something that is Mika-like, which brings me to what you were saying before. It's interesting that you say that Gulf countries are going to be potentially more risk-taking in the future. I struggle to see that in the stablecoin front specifically. It's possible, but I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm saying it's, we will see sort of situation for global stablecoins and how we regulate them locally. I don't think that's like settled, and that's the main unsettled area.
Oh, but I now need to jump in because you opened the door. I don't think that the focus is always on stablecoins. On that, I think that you're 100% right. But the Qatari framework is really interesting because the central bank is the one that has the blocker on offers to retail, if I remember correctly. But the QFC is looking into tokenized securities and tokenized instruments for capital markets. And on that, I think that they're really advanced because they have experimented with that like longer than what we have been doing in other markets, because we are so focused on stablecoin that we just started to talk about how we are going to create like secondary markets for tokenization. And this happened already with the pilot regime that came before MiCAR. And the issue there also is about the secondary market. Like, we do not have secondary market for tokenized securities. And this is something that I would like to bring, because I was thinking on like the comment that you just mentioned on Saudi Arabia. That's completely true, because industry is not only looking where is clarity, but also where there is a market for this, right? So I can have perfect regulation. I can have like certainty that the regulation is not going to change in the next 3 years, but there is no appetite and there's no market. I will not enter that market because that will be a waste of money. If I know that there is going to be like, how many people in Saudi Arabia?
More than 40 million.
Imagine, if I enter there and I know that all of them want to access my product, like I will go regardless of what the jurisdiction has on the regulatory framework. If it's expensive to comply, I will make the sacrifice in order to be able to tackle that market.
So you covered actually part of what I wanted to ask you. So what is the price that you are eager to pay? And what is, on the other side, what is the red line when you really want to enter the market, but what, maybe you have some examples without naming them, that didn't work, and so you had to get a kind of step away a bit, maybe wait?
I don't think that there's a magic recipe, so I wouldn't like to put examples because I will need so much time to just create the proper context for that to explain that it will be incomplete and then you will have the wrong idea in mind, right? I think that one of the mistakes is to try to copy and paste a regulatory framework from one jurisdiction to another, because you need to also like understand what is the context in that particular jurisdiction and what is the risk appetite. Like, it's not the same to go and talk to an investor in the US that probably they will give you the money if you do a good pitch. That actually convinces an investor in Europe, where we are going to actually like look more at the detail, because like the risk appetite is completely different. Same when you go to the Savannah region, right? Like it's like also like you have the Islamic laws for assets. So the Sharia is like, yeah, thank you. You will not have the same kind of like movement when you go with like a new token that you want to launch, right? Like Trump token or whatever you want to do. Like that won't land there. So all of these different things will like need to play a role in the considerations that different entities should consider when going into certain markets. And at the end of the day, is what I mean, like, is also the appetite, right? And this is really important. It's not what is in the regulation. Is like, if there is no appetite on the market, it doesn't matter if the regulatory framework is clear, cheap, easy, whatever. Why are you going to go there? There's no market for you, right? So, and that it will also depend on the type of services that you are offering, because it's not just exchanges. You also have like custody providers, you also have like brokerage, you also have people just using certificates as part of like a bigger solution that they are developing for smart mobilities or energy. Here the part of energy transition is really interesting, but that's more like looking at the technology level, and then you have like some implications at the level of the digital assets.
Well, in an ideal world, we have different facets of the ecosystem that are developing sort of in parallel and have a dialogue, etc. And then regulators are like observing from inside, but also from outside, maybe without being like that active, because they are giving support. They are not like are on the front line, now I will punish or now I will support. They are not gods. They are actually here to support the industry that is in its...
But if I may, because I think there's actually a better way that the regulator can look at it, and it's what they did in the... I'm not a US fan whatsoever right now, but what they did with Genius was really, really good, because they have an equivalence principle, which means if another jurisdiction has a similar framework, the entry to my jurisdiction is going to be much easier. And that's talking about, like, I think it was you, the one that flagged that. It's just like, this is like a more... or was you? I don't remember. It was just like a global, it's a global issue, right? So we cannot like keep talking about like digital assets and digital assets adoption in silos. So we have right now, Brazil was looking at what was happening with MiCAR and what happened with the US and said, US has an equivalence principle. I'm just gonna do something similar. So in the moment that I go to market with like reals, stable coins, I can just like go also to the US market, right? So that is the way in which I see more like the global regulation going, with like recognizing the other regulation rather than harmonization, because that won't
How
happen.
much time did they take in the US to come to this? Like in the end, in my opinion, they also sort of reversed their own path that they took. So, but we're all learning, right?
But it is part of the process, right? Because everything is in making, and it is good for the regulators. Even the same regulators may change their attitude over time. And there are different types of regulation. First, for example, if you are just getting into the crypto world, it is probably better to be in the Wild West and then allow the people.
Or Wild East.
Wild East, it
depends on the
matter,
perspective.
But at the end, it is the initially you want to take the market share from the global markets, especially when it comes to the crypto. But later on, when international financial markets politics change, probably you can be more defensive, more conservative, which is happening. Like in Turkey, for example, like in the last 2-3 years, there is much more regulation. But in the meantime, there are lots of exchanges developed, which is a good strategy for Turkey type of country, which is a more capital scarce country. But it is not the case for Qatar, for example, because Qatar is already capital, so they don't need to experiment. The benefit of experimenting is anyway gonna be less than the cost probably. So there are different risk weighting. But for Turkey, there is much more benefit of experimenting, even though there are some mistakes and so on, and they seem to be fixing them in the last 2 years. So the regulators are not static at all. And these regulators are anyway, they attend IMF World Bank meetings, they attend many international foreign relations related events, and then they know the global politics, and they are even ordered to do so. So that's why I believe regulators are to follow, but at the same time, it depends on the characteristics of the country. And then over time, and even the international politics, I mean, how come now we can just rely on US for global financial market regulation, as we used to do it for BIS? Now even the Trump doesn't want to be involved in this international fight. So I believe for many countries the main focus will be more on future readiness, where when things get cleared out, because we don't know how it's going to be evolving. It is going to be more regulation, more kind of global politics, or it is going to be less. So when the things are clear, it is better to be ready. So this is what many countries are playing. And actually, Mariana, you rightly mentioned, for example, there is not much benefit for Qatar to involve in stable coins. And it is very dangerous, it's very political. Imagine you have a stable coin by a sovereign, or you have a CBDC, which is kind of a stable coin, which is maintained by a sovereign. So it's a big challenge to US hegemony, US financial hegemony. So they will be less reliant on the stable coin, but very interestingly, UAE has not done so. UAE was very active in stable coin. This is very interesting. But at the same time, in Qatar, they are very active in tokenization. We recently organized a CEO roundtable. The industry partners came to our university. The regulator, the CEO of the Qatar Finance Center was there. So they are quite active, and there are certain domestic needs as well, but they know that they have to be ready when the things are more cleared after a while.
Fascinating industry. We should make a Netflix series about regulation, no? Or like one day of a life of a regulator, like The Pit, you know? No? Yeah, it's pretty dramatic, right? We have learned, I think we, all five here, learned a lot about the Kazakhstan framework. So I would love everyone on the panel to sort of processing it, offer one insight from your experience, from your native framework that maybe could be relevant or interesting for Kazakhstani, and also something that maybe you would like to take from what you've heard here. Because I asked before whether the older is the better or not. I think it's both. It's actually exchangeable, because sometimes new generations are offering something that the oldest just didn't have. And obviously, it won't be a grandmother who will educate her grandson to use TikTok. It will be the other way around. So maybe, and I'm pretty sure that we've heard something that we can learn from, actually, for the international framework. Okay, let's start with that.
For me, actually, today it was very interesting for me, because I see many regulators in this stage, from central bank, from Astana Financial, other regulators, and there's a dual structure here, apparently. I mean, I tried to search also before this event. It's very similar to Gulf region overall. But what I see here, that the regulators are coming together, they are discussing. Even the very existence of this event is actually a good proof that I believe Kazakhstan is on the right path. And Kazakhstan is probably not completely like oil-dependent country, so still the country is huge and there are other resources. So there is even more benefit from coordination, and I really see this. We may not necessarily see this all the time in the Gulf region, because when you have separate regulators, there are territorial issues, and then you have to target for something like bigger, like a global markets and so on. But this is very good. And also, regulators have to be even much more proactive, because by nature, regulators are not always active. They are generally, they set the rules and they watch, even as we discussed today. Either you put the principles and then you follow, or you let the market to function and then you clear the market later. This is another form of regulation. Both are doable. It's not like one is better than the other, depending on the country characteristics. Like in Turkey, for example, they let the crypto exchanges to function, even the payment system companies to function, but now they are putting them into jail, which is fine. That's doable. This is also that's also a form of regulation. But the sequencing is also a matter there. And how are you going to start? You are starting on something which you don't know. One option might be very conservative. You set the rules first, and then you try to act, which may be too late, right? For some countries, it's too late anyway. The other option might be you just let the market to function, and then you try to fix the problems. I believe both are possible, and as far as I understand, the Kazakhstan is in between, and it's a good reputation, because these markets are not anymore new, as even we see peer-to-peer conference is the 12th one, right? This is the 12th one. So even at some point, I believe this will be a good history. We should look at what has been discussed in the past in these conferences. It's a good signifier, and this year we are mostly discussing about the regulation and compliance. It shows that the market is maturing. So one lesson that I would like to say to the regulators, the practitioners in Kazakhstan, it is good that you are active. You are following what's going on globally, and then you are trying to take your part there. You are trying to define your own role instead of BIS defining your role in the financial system. And this is a big thing for a country.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Alberto.
Yeah, I mean, I really believe that the regulation that we have achieved nowadays in the crypto sector could be even compare a little bit more than the traditional financial instruments that we know, okay? Like the ESMA guidelines that we have, all the complexity in the qualification of a token as a securities, transferable securities or not, the reverse solicitation approach of ESMA, for example. I mean, things are not easy, okay, nowadays at the worldwide level. And also if you think also the CARF, the Crypto Asset Reporting Framework, that has been added on top to all the regulatory duties that the company needs to follow. I mean, you need to do the right assessment before choose the jurisdiction and everything. And forum shopping is real. I don't, you know, every jurisdiction has some pro and cons, but the reality, and that's what I do with my client, is to understand what's the best for what you do. So your users, where you want to offer your services, what's your services, and so on. Because yes, we can compare jurisdiction, but then you need to go for every use cases to see what's the best and what's the best fit for what you do. Then my suggestion to regulators, even here in Astana, very happy to be here, never been in Kazakhstan before, is to be open to discuss with the markets. This is what I see as a big advantages. I also work under MiCA and work with some national competent authority, and some of them, they are not open to discuss. When you speak with them, it's like that they don't want you, of course, because I work with Italy, unfortunately, and they're not open to this business. But good things are to be open to discuss with the market participants, because the stakeholders, and also, as I said before, they invest money, they open the company, they need to move people, they need to invest in that jurisdiction, and they want to be comfortable to be able to have meetings with the authority, discuss the business plan, not being under a police due diligence, okay? So that's what I believe is very important. Then the other advice is to provide a 360 degrees regulatory package, including taxation and experience from the authority. If you think of big corporate structures, it's not just the regulation. You need to move people, you need to move dividends, you need to have a taxation framework, you need to move crypto assets between the companies, how this one will be treated maybe by the tax authorities. So a good jurisdiction is where you can manage all these things at 360 degrees. And I think that here today, having all the authorities, not had yet the pleasure to work with the Kazakhstan authorities, but I think that they are open to discuss and to adjust and to see how you need to navigate the regulation.
Well, second that. And I think from this discussion, I've come up with a mental schema of three categories of regulation, right? There's a crypto regulation, and that has two sides. Stablecoins and everything else, and then this actually, let's use the name of the workshop. This is not the crypto systems workshop. It's the financial systems regulation, and you were mentioning Qatar. You mentioned Qatar as well. Tokenized securities and so on. Everything that's relating to financial systems is an area that is going to be probably the most promising and the least, in a way, the least contentious, because that's the financial systems on new rails, right? Actually, we spent so much time discussing Switzerland, but not the DLT Act, right? We stayed on the FINMA guidance. So FINMA guidance regulates like stablecoins and utility tokens and so on. But the DLT Act is one of the key things of Switzerland, where it provides a regulatory framework to financial infrastructure. That's super interesting. And what we're seeing in other countries right now, for instance, the UK, we don't know if the UK is how friendly is it going to end up towards stablecoins, towards crypto assets. We do know that to financial infrastructure on new rails, they're going to be better friendly. So that's promising. On the other crypto assets, on the everything else category, there's not that much debate. The Swiss or the EU approach, it's all right. It's too contentious. So the main area of debate is on stablecoins. And on stablecoins, we go back to what you were asking before, equivalence, right? That's the big question. And specifically on Kazakhstan, what I was hearing in previous panels was about this dual regime for local and global stablecoins. I think that's probably, in the context of Kazakhstan, a good strategic decision because it allows them to just not kill an entire global market with a view to preserving the sovereignty that they want in their local currency. So I think that's quite positive. I also see that it's very positive, the dialogue between regulators with, and the proactive character. I would say that nothing lasts forever, so let's use that momentum, that dialogue now to build something more lasting at the moment. And yeah, as we were saying, the same recipe does not have the same results in different places. Being proactive, I think in the case of Kazakhstan, is also a good strategic decision. I would encourage more of that. I would not say being proactive is anything that the EU needs more of, right? Back in the day, there was a discussion of regulating NFTs during the MiCA discussion. Finally, it was not regulated. But by the time the discussion was over, NFTs were dead. And now there's a similar discussion on regulating DeFi. And it's, from a theoretical point of view, regulating DeFi is really, really interesting. But the EU does not have a big enough DeFi market to merit the rule-making process. No way to enforce it, yes. So, different contexts. But in the case of Kazakhstan being proactive in the way that we're seeing here, with a different goal, really, which is not like slow down stablecoins, it is become a regional hub. I think it's a good strategic decision.
I also heard about metaverse today. Like, I thought it was dead, but it doesn't look like.
No, come on. I've been doing quite a lot on that directly with the European Commission. And that's actually interesting because that's not looking at just crypto, but actually like the DLT as such. And that is, we will need a whole day on that. But that
Mariana, I know
amazing.
that you have comments on everything that has been said. Can I just add you sort of a question that would guide you a bit? Because you have been involved in different communications. So not only what can be given as a lesson to take from a framework, but from a communication with regulators. Something that, what is the ideal dialogue that should take place? Something that you can share.
I think that is a big, it depends, but I'm a lawyer, so that's the one that always pops to
Everything
mind. Because
depends.
like the Italians, I love to talk to the Italians. They're so friendly with me. Have like different relationships with some other
they are friendly, but
in the north.
The framework is suicidal, as Alberto said.
But yeah, I guess that it really depends of the approach. I come from a completely different background, so I didn't build the relationship with the regulations, nor in Qatar, nor in Germany, nor in Colombia and Brazil. From a point of view of financial assets, I'm always talking about the technology and how the technology can move on industries. That's what I was doing at the beginning, like working for an L1 with the European Commission to just like see how we can use blockchain and crypto for the smart cities in the Nordics or smart mobilities in Germany. So you of course have like the crypto component at some point, but it's different. So they're more welcome to open to you when it's not financial markets. Once you start talking all the financial markets topics, the regulator gets a little bit more close. So you need to know how to approach them. But I don't think that there is a magic recipe. One thing that I want to say that is my take from today, there's one thing that I really like that I heard today, and I definitely need to do my homework on that, was the use of CDVCs for finance of like public infrastructure projects, because that's transparency, that is accountability, and that's amazing to fight corruption. So I would like to learn more about that particular project, because I think that there's many governments that could benefit from that example. Also, maybe we finish public infrastructure on time, particularly in Germany. So I would like to see how is that being deployed. But one thing that I want to say, I always pay for being too honest, but when something sounds too good, it is hard to believe. And I heard today way too many good things. So that means that I'm missing parts. So I want to see what are the complexities at the level of the implementation and the regulation here. Although I must say that the regulator really surprised me, is really proactive. But what I like it is that it's a pragmatic regulator. So it's not looking so much at what are the nitty-gritty details that I need to solve. It's how I'm going to do it and how we do it fast. Because if we don't do it, someone else is going to do it. And that I found really interesting as an industry person, because that means I can go there, I can talk to them, I can come with ideas, and they're going to help me to implement. And then we apologize if we break something. But at least I'm going to be able to do things. Because what I have seen, and I forgot the NFT situation, but you're absolutely right. We killed them. Only with the idea that we were going to regulate them. And this is what is happening, right? There's not so much innovation going on right now in Europe, because we are so scared to do not be compliant and get a fine that we prefer not to move. And only those that are able to pay for really big compliance teams and lawyers are the ones that are able to enter the market right now, because they have more security in what they are going to do, right? So we created fear in the mind of the entrepreneurs, which is also kind of like a poison for the industry, I would say.
Thank you very much. All very, very, very straight to the point. Pragmatism and also education. You mentioned it before in the previous panel. We have minus 20 minutes. So let me try to wrap up with a question that was supposed to be a whole section of the discussion. The famous harmonization concept. Love the word that entered the space. Just briefly, do you think what should happen to get international harmonization achieved? Is it even possible? So sort of like a wish for the industry and a thought on which we all can end this panel. Thank you.
Maybe Christina, can I take this one? I think it's a political question, this one. It's political issues to have a framework worldwide. The framework, we have the passporting in the European Union, but then you need to do an assessment on each other jurisdiction where you want to offer your services. And this is the complexity from a crypto perspective. What I believe is that we should take as an example, the AML framework, where we have an international body behind, the Financial Action Task Force, so an international organization that we will create a sort of common standard between jurisdictions, and we'll see if something like that will be made. Because even just from a taxonomy perspective, an asset reference token in Europe is different from an asset token in Switzerland. It's completely different.
Even risk,
so
a concept of
could be
risk
a security,
is
not a
different.
security.
Define securities like it's the same.
Exactly. What's transferable securities in Europe? What's a financial product or financial instruments? And this is just between, let's say, the same jurisdiction, because the European Union, we have the same prospects of regulation.
Okay, Ahmed, do you have...
I think a bit differently there. I believe there will be a harmonization, but it will be kind of a decentralized harmonization. Where today, for example, the regulators were talking, they are in touch with Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, and so on. Why? Because they are similar and they have similar concerns. So they will be coordinating more, I believe, and the kind of a global south, you can name it. Or because really, at the end of the day, this is more about the technology. It's not about the regulation. The business as usual is not there anymore. So everything is in making, so there will be much more coalitions among the different countries, and they will be actually harmonizing in doing trade and so on, in doing their financial transactions, but the harmonization will not be a global one. We will not have a kind of a BIS setting all the rules and so on. Even for BIS, they have many innovation hubs. Is it a coincidence? No, they have lots of projects, because they know that the market is in making, technology is evolving, but at the same time, most likely there will be different centers. That's why I said decentralized kind of centers. It's not going to be each and every country will be unique, but there will be coalition of countries. And Qatar will be there, UAE will be there, and most likely Kazakhstan will be there. So there are similar type of countries are going to be more collaborating, and there will be harmonization among them. And then there will be cross-border. Same thing for the CBDC projects, right? There are a group of countries, and they're having this innovation hub centers, and they have their CBDC projects. And at some point, their CBDC projects will talk with other CBDC projects. This is what I am projecting. So, and this is quite normal because I believe the world has changed, and we don't have any more kind of a one single center.
Well, it is changing, as you said, always. Perpetuum mobile. Thank you so much. Juan?
I would agree with both that it's a political decision, and I like and agree with the concept of a bit more of a bottom-up harmonization. I'm not entirely sure we want a FATF for crypto, as much as the theory would be positive. I will add one thing, which is an operational requirement for that to happen. You have multiple types of harmonization. The most common one and pervasive, and the one that's even happening now, is informal, right? Oh, like when you're applying for a license, you're going to be asked, do you have a license somewhere else? Like who else has given you a license? Do you have a license in Switzerland? Those are things that informally matter and can make your life easier. But if you want to go steps beyond that, you need either equivalence regimes or fast-tracking regimes in a form of a partial equivalence. To get that, you need a local hook in regulation. Otherwise, even if you want to, you cannot execute that. So in the EU, there are equivalence regimes. We had Brexit, but we still accept British clearinghouses, right? Now, why is that? Because there are provisions in the regulation allowing for that political decision to be made. MiCA does not have that, right? It's in the latest MiCA 2.0 consultation what we think about that. So it can change. So my suggestion, very operational, very practical. If we want harmonization, we need to put the legal infrastructure there in the regulation to use it in the future whenever we want to.
So in theory, I will agree, but in principle, I highly disagree with harmonization. Because harmonization, how it works in practice, is an imposition or some regimes over others without the consideration of the context on those particular regimes. So I do not like harmonization, mostly in any context. I do agree that we need some standards, but and this will be my call to action, which I think I'm repeating what I said like previously. It's just like, what is the purpose of doing certain things, right? Because like reporting for the sake of reporting is expensive and is useless. And I think that like for countries that are gold-plating the FFTF and some other IOSCO recommendations, that's what's happening. I don't see what is the actual impact. I don't see less evil people getting caught for money laundering connected to child pornography, terrorism, of all of these things. What I see is just exchanges, reporting, and spending a lot of money on that. So I don't see impact. So what I would like to see is like if we're going to go in that direction where we need to also understand that this technology and these digital assets go beyond borders, that do not respect any frontier. They will just, like, the genie is out of the box, there's no way to put it in, right? But let's make regulation that makes sense, that it actually protects the users. It actually has like transparency. It just like brings less corruption. It just like brings secondary markets and more liquidity into certain markets. It brings people that has been outside of the financial market into the banking infrastructure, right? Like that makes sense. But just the sake for reporting, just to just like check boxes and say like, yeah, I'm compliant, like that's the most horrible landscape I can imagine for harmonization. Like, and I will leave it there.
No.
But I think what we mean in this case is if you get a Swiss license, you should be able to have a fast-tracked access to the EU, right? Nothing too evil.
No, I also didn't went into that direction. But
no,
just
but
like
I will just close with one point. I discussed this one with the head of equities of SIX, that is the Swiss Stock Exchange for traditional instruments, and that's a very open topic with Brussels and the European legislator and authority. So Switzerland, it's a very specific example, you know, so there are many political discussions there, okay? So the European Union says, you want passporting, enter the European Union. and Switzerland say, no, we will not. I mean, the Swiss people, they don't want to enter the European Union. So it's political.
But that's the recognition that we were discussing, and I presented the Genius Acts as one of them, because that's exactly what they have, right? Like and that's also like the direction that you are going. My point on top of that is that if we are just like harmonizing regimes that are not being really effective just because of the fact that they are traditional and we like them, that's a big mistake. It's just like preserving, what you say, the old from the new one, is just preserving legacy systems that in practice are not really working, but we like them.
It won't happen.
Well, we can't stop
happen
trying.
At least soon. At least
no,
soon.
not soon, but change never comes soon. If
Dear
change comes soon, it's
panelists,
bad.
thank you so much for demonstrating that regulation is such a fascinating topic, even at 5 p.m. after a whole day of panels. So a great round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. And I'm honored to invite here for the closing remarks Java Su, Executive Director of the UK Centre for Blockchain Technologies and Associate Professor at the UCL, University College London.
Thank you, Christina, for the final guiding question, because that is really related to my opening experience that I'm going to share with you guys. So this is my first time in Kazakhstan, a lovely, beautiful country, but I did encounter a little bit of hiccups when I landed. So first of all, I couldn't figure out how to use the machine in the airport to book a taxi. And then I thought, okay, fine, at least I downloaded, what's it called, Yandex. And then it came to the second problem. I don't have internet, right? I have a SIM card from the UK, and I just didn't buy roaming. That's on me. But fortunately, the taxi drivers outside of the airport, they were very kind. They wanted to help me out. But then it came the third problem, which is that they don't take Apple Pay. And of course, I only have Apple Pay, me being presumptuous again. And then we had to wait for the only colleague who's got an Apple Pay machine to swing back to take the payment. So that just prompted me into thinking, right? I am not a legal expert, although I work in digital currencies, digital assets, but I totally relate to what we just discussed about harmonization and borderless payment and so on and so forth. So it would be so nice for us to have seamless, borderless payments, small payments that would not rely on internet connections. And the Kazakhstan driver was very enthusiastic and friendly, and was saying that the railway outside of the airport was built by the Chinese, and he was driving BYD, which was also a car manufactured in China. And so we have the commodities, almost becoming borderless and standardized, whereas payments to date seem still to be quite, local and unstandardized, and unfortunately quite cumbersome. That was my experience, and now I need to read the script because I'm stepping in. So bear with me with that. So yeah, so this is exactly where we're discussing to close this gap. We begin this morning with the National Bank and with the line from Paulo that set the tone. Kazakhstan isn't only talking about financial innovation, it is building it. We heard how the digital tenge is already being put out to work at wholesale, channeling public money transparently, earmarked and programmable. 2 major infrastructure projects, a railway and a major pipeline, financed and settled in central bank digital currency. There was a bigger argument inside that. A central bank today has to build the infrastructure, not only write the rules. Because if you wait for the market to build it, you risk closed ecosystems by the largest players, of course. And Paulo, who started this workshop back in 2015 at the Bundesbank in Deutschland, Germany, has carried it across the world's central banks since, called the Digital Tenge, one of the most advanced CBDC initiatives anywhere. And this is the first time in more than a decade it has come to Central Asia. Underneath all of it, he put one word, and the governor had reached for it as well: trust. That is the real subject of this workshop: how public institutions and private innovation meet without giving up stability, privacy, or integrity. And this afternoon got more specific. We worked through fraud and financial crime, contract design in fintech, lending, Kazakhstan's own digital asset framework, and the wider international regulatory picture. So what I can really personally relate is to Professor Hu's remarks on personalized fintech advisors. So as a self-appointed fintech expert, I naturally also have my own bot trader, beautifully personalized, fully briefed on every paper I've ever written on algorithmic trading. So I asked it to build me a strategy to maximize my own portfolio's P&L, and I gently hinted that it might perhaps consult my publications. So after several minutes of combobulating and flipper-flappering, you know, if you're using Claude, what I'm talking about, it concluded firmly that it would adopt precisely none of my published backtest strategies. And I have nothing further to say. So, and yes, the script was written by AI, or a large part of it. If you like it, that's my AI proficiency to acclaim. And if you don't like it, that's my AI robot to blame. So, what a time to be alive when human beings can take all the glory and AI can take all the responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Java. Thank you very much, everyone who has come today. We will be beginning tomorrow at the same time, at the same place, 9:30, coffee starting at 8. So look forward to welcoming you tomorrow. And the speakers, please stay tuned for the announcement for this evening. Thank you very much. And a big round of applause to all the team that has been working behind the scenes.